What's up? Welcome back to another insane edition of Open Debate. I'm your host, me. Today we're going to be talking about whatever the feral people that always call in want to talk about. It's open forum. Pretty much anything goes within the guidelines of what's allowed. I forgot my coffee. Hold on one moment. One moment. Nobody ever gets that song in their head, do they? I got the Twitter space song in my head, and it won't leave. Boop, 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 boop. I'm going to freestyle to the Twitter space song. Cheers. I got my espresso. Like my sister said, get that espresso ready, baby. You got a debate to go to. What you gonna do out there on that debate? You gonna set some people into a crying state? Yes. Yes, sister, I will. Sister Soldier, by the way. So the topics are listed, as you can imagine. It's the usual. You don't have to debate. If you want to ask questions, you can. So I don't know what's with these people who like freak out with the emojis. Like, I see you, dude. I see you, man. Relax. You call in via the Twitter link. Twitter link is in the show description. The Twitter link is also right there. The topics are, I'm going to take geopolitics out of there because nobody's ever going to call about that. And if they do, it's going to be stupid, like low-tier garbage questions. So, the text, the books that we cover, church history, patristics, councils, Islam, Koran, divine revelation, Protestantism, Calvinism, Evangelicalism, Arianism, cults, Hebrew roots, dispensationalism, Mormons, JWs, I'm sure we're going to get people with FAQ questions about orthodoxy. Not really what we're doing today. Like, that's, you go to your priest, you go visit a church and get catechized. On that point, I did want to recommend, because people always ask about introductory sort of catechesis works. The best overall for people who are new to the whole thing is the Pomazanski Orthodox Dogmatics. Just go ahead and do that. Then you can do more advanced stuff as your questions get more precise. What about filioque? What about energies? And then we'll say, Vladimir Losky is where you move next. But I think for overall catechesis, this is pretty much a classic. So I would go with that. Most Rocourt churches use that as their catechesis text. And it pretty much, he agrees with us on all the controversial issues. So he does not believe in the Augustinian view of original sin. It teaches the essence-inner distinction very clearly. It's not even in dispute. He critiques the many other Latin theological errors that are not part of the heritage of the universal church, but are in fact deviations. This is popping off because of people are sharing the Western Rite video everywhere, and I don't have the energy to watch that whole thing. I'll just repeat that there's nothing wrong with the traditional Western liturgy. The problem is, as always, as we've been talking about for 6 or 7 years now, the people always want to bring in the theological mistakes of the West. So they always want to bring in resuscitating Augustine's doctrine of grace, resuscitating his view of filioque, resuscitating these Latin individuals like Charlemagne. Oh, we got to make them into saints. And so it becomes this project of a bunch of new converts who don't know anything about the Energies doctrine, don't know anything about the Cappadocians, don't know anything about the settlements of the Sixth Council and the Seventh Council. And it's not your project as a new convert to try to resurrect this stuff. So ultimately, it causes way more problems. So, because people always ask about this. The problem is not the right. It is the people and their mindset and their poor catechesis. They never get catechized correctly on the Energies doctrine. And it just ends up being ridiculous. And you watch that video and it's like a Roman Catholic apologetics video. We're talking about Virgin of Guadalupe. I mean, Sacred Heart is not orthodox. It's condemned. Especially when you consider the papal pronouncements as to what Sacred Heart is in the encyclicals that essentially make it more or less part of the tradition, at least the universal ordinary tradition. Even if it's not quote dogma, it doesn't really matter. I mean, again, Roman Catholicism. I mean, anybody who wants the delusions of Rome, I think I'm at the point where it's like, yeah, go for it, man. I mean, what else can we say to these people who want that? If that's what they want, go for it. Choose your illusion, as Axl Rose used to say. But it is open debate if you want to come and present your arguments for Islam, for Calvinism, Protestantism, Mormonism, Arianism, Hebrew roots, dispensationalism, syncretism. Somebody said, I want to debate you on syncretism. Sure, come on in. We got a mama. She's sitting on a motorcycle. It looks like a motorcycle mama wants to refute all Abrahamism. So looks like we got a motorcycle wine mom. She's on the back of that hog. And she's pouring that Franzi into the tank, getting it ready to run, son. She's running on that Chardonnay. She's running on that pink flavor, whatever the hell that pink flavor is that the mamas drink. She says, I'm going to refute all Abrahamism from the back of my hog. Yeah, baby. Bring it up in here, mama. She ain't on a motorcycle, she's on a mama cycle. Now I'm going to get the whole Hell's Angels coming after me to kill me for making these jokes. Where's she at? She was all hyped up, talking all kinds of smack. Let's see where she's at. Come on up in here. Mama hog. It might not have even been a motorcycle picture, but it makes it even funnier now, because I don't remember what she looked like. She was sitting on a motorcycle. You know, you can run a motorcycle on Box One. Did y'all know that? I'm serious. There's a dude on YouTube that invented a converter. It's called a single mom converter. I'm just joking. There's no such thing. Y'all dumb too because you believe it. Like, no, damn, dude. There's somebody invented a way to take Box One and run my hog. Damn, dude, that sounds sweet. No, man, you're just stupid. You fell for it, dude. You believed it. Y'all bunch of dummies, dude. It's open for him. I really wanted her to come in because we know that's going to be entertaining. I don't see her. Where's she at? It never fails. The people that talk the most smack are the ones that don't show up. And just let me scroll back. Let's see if we can find her profile here. Let's see, where's it at? I'm gonna set y'all straight. Here it is. Is she on a hog? She is on a hog. This some bitch run on Box One right here. It runs on Box One and Virginia Slim dust. She's like, I just take that Virginia Slim and I just pop
that ass over there into that gas tank and it runs about 25 cc's better.
I don't even know that terminology. I don't know what the hell a CC is, but it sounds funny, right?
That some bitch running about 25 cc's better. That's 25 horses from just 100, just a Virginia Slim ash. Pop it off in that gas tank. Fill it up with Merlot. With Merlot. Fill it up with Merlot. Honey.
Where you at, Jenny? Isn't that a Jenny? That's a Killers song. One of them emo kid bands, the Killers. Jenny. How's it go? It's on the tip of my tongue. All right. Well, Jenny may not show up. I was trying to think, what's another Jenny song? Jenny, don't you lose my number? Is that it? You're not go, you're not. If I can't be, no, that's damn Phil Collins talking about Billy, not Jenny. Bitty, don't you lose my number? 'Cause you're here, I can't find you. Who's up first? Josie. It's a Mexican man named Josie. Just kidding. Jose.
How's it going, Jay?
Yo.
I'm
just Jenny from the block.
So I remember listening to one of your debates last week, and you had a caller call in, and he mentioned something about the origins of Islam lie in the Sassanid Empire in like the 5th and 6th centuries. And so I basically decided to do some digging on that claim, and I stumbled upon this interesting lecture series on YouTube. Well, basically, this guy talks about how a bunch of German scholars came together in the late 20th century to examine the earliest known Quranic manuscripts, and they basically found that the earliest Quranic manuscripts were actually not written in Arabic, rather in Aramaic, and they were just a collection of anti-Trinitarian Christian writers that were based out of Persia and what would be modern-day Iraq. And they basically took words...
Hold on. Don't be fooled by the Iraq. I'm just Jenny from the block. Anyway, I'm listening. Go ahead.
So to make it a long story short, what they did was they took passages in the Quran that didn't make sense. Like, for example, that passage that talks about 72 virgins, white-eyed virgins. And they found a similar word for white-eyed and virgins in paradise in the Aramaic script from the 5th century, and said, oh, well, if you translate it into this language with the same root word, it translates to something like 72.
I'm listening. 72. It translates into 72. What'd you say? Grapevines?
Grapevines, yeah, because in ancient imagery, it's sort of said that, the paradise is one with lush gardens and grapes and fruits and things like that. So it doesn't make sense to say white-eyed 72 virgins, because white eyes is associated with blindness or death. But, white grapes are associated with, life and lush vegetation and that sort of stuff, which is what you'd see more consistently spoken about in paradise.
Yeah, the grapes also are associated with box wine too, which runs a nice hog if you know what you're doing.
And a lot of these wine moms, it is.
Exactly. Now, so I don't know a lot about the textual history. I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't the case. I did notice reading in the Oxford Companion to Islam recently that they admit. Can you mute, bro? It's loud background. Yeah, thanks. They do admit that the early origins of Islam, which I guess is kind of contested and scholarly debated on a wide scale, the origins do clearly have influence from Nestorian and Arian writings and texts. So there's probably something to that. I don't know much about the what you're saying about the Aramaic and all that, but I wouldn't be surprised because it really fits with the whole ethos, especially if you look at the way that the Quran obviously misunderstands Christian theology. Kai did that video that's really good some years back, where there's this weird jumbled up Trinity in the Quran, like what they think the Trinity is. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's not all, like you said, based on this kind of like early heterodox apologetics.
And that's why it wouldn't be, far-fetched to say, Muslims, we often hear them say, we have such a high reverence for Jesus. Look at the Quran, what we say about Jesus. Well, if you interpret the Quran as some sort of an anti-Trinitarian writing,
yes,
where they do look at Jesus very highly, but they don't look at him as God or part of the Godhead. So if you look at it from that perspective, although it is, very heretical, you could see it from that lens as a Christian writing or an anti-Trinitarian writing from Persia and the Middle East from those centuries.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Oxford Companion to Islam backs up John Damascus's claim from millennia ago that Islam is really influenced by Arian and Nestorian treatises.
That's right. And if I could ask one more question.
Sure.
A friend of mine who's sort of critical of Christianity, he's sort of an agnostic. He told me about this thing where in the Bible there's like 13 years of Jesus's life that is unaccounted for, and then I Googled it and it said something pretty generic about how he was a carpenter or a worker or something like that in those years. Do you have any insight on that or anything you could sort of share?
No, it's just we're not told. We don't know why.
Okay, cool. That's all for me. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know why that led a lot of people to speculate and come up with kind of crazy theories, but I mean, we just see it as if we're not told, then we just simply don't know. Providentially, God didn't think that there was anything that was necessary for us during that time period. It's also, prior to his public ministry, so I think that's another key issue. Aiden, because he has to be a certain age to begin, his public ministry, his priesthood, prophet, priest, king, threefold office, right? So he had to hit a certain age before he could do that.
Hey, Jay.
Yo.
So I just kind of got a brief question. So I'm pretty new to apologetics, and I'm wondering what your argument against theism would be on why the Christian paradigm is correct over the theistic one.
Well, Christianity is a theistic paradigm, so what do you mean?
What would be wrong with me saying that there just is a God?
Well, I mean, that doesn't really tell us anything, because God is a generic term, so it can mean anything and everything. I mean, you have people who think that God is trees and sticks, animism. You have people that think that God is unknowable and has nothing to do with the world, like deism. So just saying that they believe, quote, in generic theism is really meaningless. It tells us nothing.
So what would prevent me from just saying that all the transcendentals are rooted in God, but it's not the Christian God?
Well, just saying that doesn't actually do the grounding work. So you need a specific type of metaphysic, and Christianity has that specific type of metaphysic due to who God is, he's the creator of the world, he sustains the world, he gives us meaning, purpose, redemption, like all of those things are part of the paradigm, which does the grounding work. So to just say, well, God just is the thing that grounds the transcendentals. Okay, well, is it a personal God or an impersonal God? Because an impersonal entity or being or thing is not going to actually do any work to do the grounding, and it's also not going to give us a meaningful, purposive universe. So, for example, if God is just like, say, in Platonic thought, the monad or some like abstract one, like that's not a being that creates, that has intentionality for the world, and it's not a being that you can have any relation with. So you see, there's intense consequences for just something like, is God personal or impersonal?
Okay, so you're saying that just saying that is just a meaningless statement.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's just it allows a person really to paste onto it whatever they want. Right. So okay. No, you got to have some specificity, or else it just really is meaningless.
All right. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
And the more that you start kind of answering those questions, like, well, is the universe purposive or non-purposive, right? Is the universe temporal or eternal, right? Is there moral objectivity, or is everything relative? Like, the more you start answering those questions is going to kind of lock you into other necessary implications for the position, right? So in other words, when you start answering those metaphysical questions, that's going to have impact on the type of deity that you're talking about. So that's why the elements of Christian theology that we believe in, like creation ex nihilo, those are crucial doctrines to set us apart from Platonism and Hellenic philosophy, right? And the god of the philosophers, so to speak. This is why Palamas says in the Triads that Plato and the Greek philosophers never got to God, which is very opposite of what Aquinas and the Roman Catholics say. Mike D. We got a beastie boy in the house. Ad Rock, Mike D.
So what you want? Like, it's so funny with the money that you flaunt. I said, where'd you get your information from, huh?
What's up, Mike D? Mike D, Ad Rock. All right. He's trying to sabotage the stream. Get it? Dan Barn. That's a simple country name. Tom Shed. Dan Barn. Bob Outhouse. Randy. What's another country thing? Randy Field. What's up, Dan? Go ahead. It's open forum if you want to hop on and debate, discuss, ask questions. Q&A. Don't tell me to stop singing, ever. Are you aware that I'm the creator of an entire genre called cringecore? How dare you tell me to stop singing? Stop singing. You hurt my ears. Okay, dad jokes. Don't quit your day job. All right. He dropped off. Yasuke. We got the Shogun in the house. What's up, Yasuke?
How's it going, boss? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, there's so many different angles that I could kind of go into. One that I kind of see as very particular is how would you sort of view a lot of the I would say there's a lot of infiltration into American Christianity by, like, not particularly Christian influences.
Yeah, we've done many podcasts on that. Absolutely.
Yeah. So one kind of particular thing that I've seen, I'm not sure how much you've kind of gone on this angle, is like Pentecostalism and Amy Semple McPherson, which is, I'm a simple person, what the name is, and everything about that person's story, obvious connections to Hollywood, like Houdini or something.
Yeah, she's like a manufactured fako. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and where that's kind of the origin of a lot of
charismatic stuff.
Yeah, and like the Christian rock bands.
Yes.
Like, there's a lot of very performative elements to it.
Absolutely.
Whereas, rock and roll is literally just a euphemism for sex and drugs.
Orthodox Christianity is alone in terms of an organization for having absolutely none of this. Even the worst parts of Orthodoxy have maintained the traditional liturgy, the divine liturgy. So you will find none of this in Orthodoxy.
Yeah, and I'm sympathetic to a lot of things in Orthodoxy. Kind of the biggest thing for me, as sort of like a question of it, is that I'm very skeptical of a lot of history, let's say, about a lot of things about the sort of historical timeline, and like how long has it been since certain events, how long, et cetera, et cetera. And a lot of Orthodoxy could be understood too as reaffirming the traditional historical narrative.
Of like what kinds of events? What do you mean?
I'm not necessarily somebody who's like, like Christ's millennial reign type person. But like, there's interesting ideas that I've seen multiple people come from multiple different angles, not just somebody like Fomenko, but just the conceptions of like the biblical age being something that was, 800 years ago as opposed to 2,000 years ago. I've seen people come at this same conclusion from entirely different angles, and I'm not 100% convinced on it, but I do think it is very interesting. And in general, it's just like so much of the historical narrative, even outside of the religious context, just doesn't.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna go super heavy into any kind of argument or debate on like rival theories of dating things because I don't trust the scientific establishment. But I, as an Orthodox person, I wouldn't like go against anything, for example, that would sort of call into question the Byzantine calendar. So if you look up at Ortho Christian, there's a good article called the Byzantine Creation Era Calendar. And it kind of gives you a history of how we would date things. And I think that maybe some of what you're concerned about might be addressed, but we wouldn't have any kind of like super extreme questioning of history like, 1,000 years was made up or something like that. But anyway, thank you for that. It's not an area I have any like super hard opinions on. So, Luca, what's up, man?
Hello.
Yo.
Hey, I just wanted to know, what is the main difference between Eastern Orthodoxy and Oriental Orthodoxy?
Well, the main difference is the notion of Christology, that they are essentially wedded to the formula of early Saint Cyril. And so when Cyril said, mia fusis, they pretty much dogmatized that to be no nuance, no linguistic or conceptual fluidity. And so even though the Fifth Ecumenical Council was called really to resolve that question, and even though many of the Orientals will admit the formulation of the Fifth Council is correct because it's a Kyrillian reading of Chalcedon, the problem then is that they have sainted people that our councils called heretical. So that's the main essential issue, but we do not have the same position because you'll notice that as the Oriental positions continue throughout the centuries, they really don't specify much about pretty fundamental issues like icons or the energies. They really kind of get lost without any clear explication of those issues, precisely because the energies doctrine and iconography are the Sixth and Seventh Councils, which they weren't participants in. So,
do you think we'll ever, or the Eastern Orthodox will ever reunify with them? Do you think that's something that could happen in the future?
I mean, if there's a way to get around or figure out the saints' issues, because many of them will admit that the Fifth Council is accurate in terms of Christology.
All right, thank you.
But I don't know how. From the Orthodox perspective, the only way that would happen is if they basically just conceded that Severus isn't a saint. So, Mike D, you want to try again? He had to get the rest of the Beastie Boys. What's up, man?
Hey, Jay. Sorry, man. I am a Twitter neophyte, and I'm always stumbling and fumbling, even though I get impatient when people do the same on your feed. But hey, I know the topic is not geopolitics this evening. I was just wondering if you had any good reading recommendations as far as the Kosovo War goes, because most of what I can gather information-wise comes from people who have firsthand knowledge or sources. And
Robert Bayer wrote an essay, the CIA operative, saying that they basically just divided up and looted the country in one brief essay. But if you want a specific book that treats it from a geopolitical perspective, it's Mark Curtis's book, Secret Affairs, and he is a Royal Society researcher. and his whole analysis. I think he has 1 or 2 chapters, and basically he just says that the KLA was a CIA creation of a mix of Islam and communism, and that was utilized in part to foment the destabilization. But the Robert Baer article is, again, I would say those 2 things are probably the best, and pretty much any of Ingdahl's books will cover it as well. F. William Ingdahl. Let's see. Robert Baer. Let's see. I think it's either Kosovo or Serbia.
Okay.
Let me see if here it is. It's at the Sarajevo Times, and it's called "Former CIA Agent Claims They Gave Us Millions to Split Up Yugoslavia." So he goes into it there.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And I just wanted to say, thank you again for all of the information that you put out. I became ROCOR. I got baptized about a year ago.
Oh, nice.
Was my anniversary. And, I attend a ROCOR church in St. Louis, and it's the best decision I've ever made in my life for any listeners out there.
That's good. Yeah. I think he covers Serbia, Kosovo in full spectrum dominance. I don't know if he mentions it in Lost Hegemon, but yeah. Alexander. And by the way, welcome, Father Deacon. Feel free to speak at any point.
Thank you.
What's up, man? Alexander, go ahead. Unmute. By the way, if you want to support the stream, you can do so via the Super Chats. Super Chats are done through Streamlabs. The link is right there. And Jim Bob just got done biting the toenails off of the perfect uncreated foot, which actually has 7 toes, if you didn't know. 7 is more perfect than 6. So the uncreated foot has to have 7 toes. And Jim Bob will literally bite the toenails off with his teeth.
Is this the same foot that's going in the hellfire?
That is a good question. So I forget how many feet does Allah have, 1 or 2? I don't remember. 2 right feet, 4 right hands.
No, bro, don't even get me started. I have a lot of Muslim friends. Actually, I was during lockdown. I was actually personal training him in his own basement because he had his own gym.
Who?
And yeah, it was pretty fucking
Who?
rad. He had a squat.
Who?
Who? What?
What? You're talking super fast. I have no idea what you're saying. Personal trainer to who?
An old Muslim friend.
Oh, I thought you meant somebody famous. You just meant... Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
No, hell no. No. I'm not, like, I used to train when I was, like, younger, like, well into my mid to later 20s, but beyond that, I just wanted to ask your personal opinion on the difference between Catholicism and Orthodoxy. Just, like, you can, because I'm actually baptized Catholic. I appreciate both churches. Just, I don't know, just wanted to get your...
Well, I mean, we've done probably 300 live streams on that question, so it should be pretty easy. I'm not being a dickhead, I'm being honest. Like, it should be pretty easy if you're looking for a longer treatment. Anywhere on my channel, there's literally probably 300 podcasts covering this issue.
I've only recently, looked up your content. Like,
that's fine.
I got it to you through Sam Shamoon. That's what I'm saying. So.
That's fine. I'm not being rude. I'm literally saying there's like a ton of that topic. So, if you wanted a place to start, I would say there's an essay at my website written by one of the former mods, who's now, I think he's a deacon. But it's called "The Ecumenical Canons Refute Papal Supremacy." So the first most popular topic that everyone knows about is that the Orthodox don't accept the Vatican I definition of the office of the papacy. So we do not think that the Pope was ever intended to have or given a infallible, supreme, universal jurisdiction that also entails indefectibility over the church. So we don't think that office exists. We think it was an evolution that came into fruition over many, many centuries and really flourishes in the 11th century with the Gregorian reforms. And that makes the papacy ultimately into a geopolitical world power. which is even admitted.
Which pretty much caused the schism.
That's a big part of it, but I mean, it's also the theological issues, more specifically than the ecclesiological issues, is the filioque and other attendant issues like the Latin doctrine of divine simplicity, the denial of the energies, the denial of uncreated grace by which we become divine. All of those are also really crucial topics.
All right, copy. Thank you for that. You can, God bless, man.
Yes, I also have an article too that kind of summarizes the basics called "Top 5 Reasons." I'm trying to remember what I titled it. Top 5 reasons I'm not Catholic, or top 5. Oh, here it is. Top 5 simple arguments against the papacy is another article that really solidifies this.
Copy that. All right, you could definitely move on to someone else.
Hey, thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Those are good questions, and I'm always happy to answer those. It's just the fuller, those are every single issue there is kind of its own podcast, right? So like papacy is its own podcast, filioque is its own whole podcast. So anyway, monolithic ethos.
Hello?
Hey.
AJ Dyer. I have a question regarding like Eastern Orthodox, and like this is like this not like it's just mainly a question of me trying to understand, and this is me like grasping like from other Orthodox. I see this is not me trying to generalize all Orthodox people, but mainly like the big people online, not you, but like for example Rachel Wilson and who's that guy? So like I noticed like this Orthodox sort of rejection of like the Enlightenment sort of ideals that built America, and here's like the thing. Do you think Eastern Orthodox Christianity would align with American values in the sense, like for example, how it was envisioned by like the founding fathers of like human rights and like like free speech and stuff like that? Because I see a lot of like, for example, like Jeff Younger rejecting capitalism, like, and I see a lot of like some like online Eastern Orthodox people sort of embrace some sort of like collectivist. And
I think you just have to be really precise. I mean, the answer is yes and no. So I think you have to be really precise about what elements we're talking about. So like, is there a wholesale rejection of every element of capitalism? No. So, I mean, you would have private property. I mean, the 10 Commandments guards private property by saying that you can't steal. Well, stealing presupposes that people have private property. Is there this notion of self-evident, quote, rights by natural law? I think you could question that, and I don't see where in Enlightenment philosophy there's a justification for self-evident rights that isn't tied to some metaphysic, and I think Christianity really is the only guardian and inheritor of metaphysics, since the Enlightenment is really premised on rejecting metaphysics. I mean, Kant, Hume, I mean, they're really setting up their situation and just outright rejecting metaphysics. And the problem is that when you start talking about rights, when you start talking about choice, that we have choice based on dignity and human rights, human dignity, those are metaphysical terms. Those are value judgments that you're making. And you're not going to have a way to justify those on the Enlightenment principles themselves.
Okay, so like, so you're saying like there's some aspects that wouldn't align to like what like be compatible for like American virtues, because like America was like founded by like Anglo-Saxon like Protestants, and there's aspects of like American liberalism that sort of fits in that category.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you'd have to be more precise than just saying sort of generic phrases. I'm not faulting you. I'm just saying like it requires more precision than just saying quote American values. I mean, what is that? What is that like the original principles of Enlightenment, or is?
Let's say free will, like for example, right? Like,
okay, but again, that's making my point that that's a metaphysical claim.
Okay, then.
I mean, what's free will on an Enlightenment account?
Like the stance on like for example, not like forcing someone to abide by some sort of living standard. For example.
Well, that's not Christian. That's not Christian at all. I mean, in other words, there should be, for example, public moral evils should be outlawed. So how could you have no enforced standard? That's actually impossible. I mean, for example, should it be illegal for people to live in sister-brother marriage situations? Are you there?
Yeah, but for example, premarital sex, stuff like that, regarding which you're dealing with something that is degenerate, that is not other people's business, for example.
Well, no, I think there are distinctions between gravity of sins and gravity of issues. And so not everything is a public crime. But most countries, most places, unless they're Islamic, think of, marrying a very close relative or a mom or a dad as a crime ultimately. So I agree with you. Not every sin is a crime, but certain sins are egregious enough to be crimes, and that's where it gets. That's why you have to be more precise, right? So, no, I don't think that we would make, teenagers fooling around into some sort of punishable by death crime. I mean, I think it would be you would have laxity on the basis of how egregious the crime is.
Oh, and my final question is Rachel Wilson claims to be Eastern Orthodox, and she sort of uses it to try to justify getting rid of the 19th Amendment. Now, from my research, there has been Christians who are pro 19th Amendment. There's some, especially with the Quakers and stuff like that.
Okay, well, but we don't accept any of those people as Christians. Those are total heretics to us. So we have absolutely no care at all what Quakers did. The Quakers are absolute lunatics. And in fact, Quakers were some of the first feminists, so that's actually a really bad example. I mean, Quakers thought women could literally lead the church, or whatever they call their group. I don't think it's a church. But anyway, I appreciate those questions. We're going to move on. I'm not trying to be rude, just want to move to more people. Amy Newman. I mean, law and law theory and the codification of law and the application of law is super duper complex. There's not any kind of easy, one-line answers to those kinds of questions. You have to really, it's just its own whole discipline of, and it has to bring in a lot of history. And that's why in Scripture, for example, Solomon is called really wise because he was able not just to know law, but to apply it in a wise way. So there's also an element of the virtuous person is essential to law, and that judges and people who rule in society have to have and should have a degree of personal virtue. Does that make sense? When you can't just think of it in an abstract sort of, well, is this always right or is it always wrong? I mean, sometimes you can think of that if it's something egregious having intimate relationships with animals. Obviously, that's a public crime. That should be illegal. And it doesn't work to have the pseudo-libertarian justification that,
well, who are you to say what can happen in somebody's bedroom?
Yeah, because crimes can be committed in bedrooms. So, duh. That's how silly this is. It was in my bedroom. It doesn't count. You don't have any right in my bedroom. Well, it depends on what you're doing. I mean, if you are taking underage people to your bedroom and doing illegal things to them, then yeah, what happens in your bedroom actually does matter. So libertarians come up with these really arbitrary defenses and walls that they have no justification for. And it's all premised too, when I was debating with that overweight Calvinist man, where actually I bit my tongue and didn't go into a debate because I was on somebody else's platform. I really wanted to debate bad though. And what you notice is that all of the Protestant evangelical approach to church state is always premised on the assumption that there's not a church. Obviously, first of all, because of Protestantism, but also because they will say things like, well, the American system and its Enlightenment Protestant ethos might have laws about things like, you can't, I'm trying to think of something, like you can't infringe upon religion, okay? But the state can't say anything then about theology or religion. But now, wait a minute. That's impossible. Because as soon as we start saying that certain things are crimes, like animal relations or something like that, or brother-sister relations, we're already on theological territory. So it's an impossible, ridiculous position. And they haven't really thought this through, because they're correct to say that, well, if you start going down that route, then you're going to have a recognized church. Yeah, that's where it leads, exactly. And they pretend like we don't want that because we have disestablishmentarianism. Yeah, but you're completely divorced from all the history of the church. We don't care. Yeah, I'm sure you don't, right? Because you don't have the church, exactly.
Also, like anything, just question their first principles. So if their first principles map, what if I just say, I don't acknowledge that?
If it's what? Oh, NAP?
Map.
Yeah.
NAP is their first principle.
Yeah, why are we supposed to believe or follow NAP? Especially on Enlightenment principles, because, why can't I be the quiz outsider rock and just crush everyone?
And then it goes back to further first principles, which means it's not actually a first principle.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like Descartes' thing, right?
Exactly.
You find out that his cogito is based on a whole other bunch of assumptions,
yes,
and not first at all, which are super dubitable, no pun intended. But it's premised on this idea that that freedom's the highest virtue.
Exactly. And that means freedom of worship, freedom of conscience. Right. And so in other words, they tie their Protestant freedom of worship, freedom of conscience position to church-state relations. And that's actually their governing principle. Well, now, wait a minute. What if heresy also is a public crime? But they don't have any conception of that.
And by the way, libertarians are to blame for all the crazy woke left degeneracy and destruction of society. How do you think that stuff came in?
I was going to say, that's as good as any for me to speak.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Fine, what's up?
I'm doing pretty good. I figured I'd talk religion. Maybe we can learn about each other's ideas.
What did you want to talk about?
Sure. So I guess I am generally skeptical of religion, so I guess I would want to know why you believe what you believe.
Well, there's a buzzsaw in the background, so I can't hear when you're talking. Well, I would say that if you are coming from an atheist perspective, we believe in our position on the basis of philosophically, the transcendental argument would be the philosophical argument, but as to why Jesus is the Messiah or something like that, I would say look at the Messianic prophecies. I did a live stream, a 2-hour live stream a couple years back on the Messianic prophecies. Let's see, we've got open forum. Who has been waiting? Let's see, we got a lot of people have been waiting. Dan left. Kyle.
By the way, can I just answer an interesting comment that we all have these kind of standards or rules by which you're using to make judgments. Sounds like the last lady, Amy, was saying her rule is skepticism, but have you ever been skeptical of your skepticism?
Let's see. I brought somebody up and I lost where they went. I guess he dropped off. Keanu. I need a gun. Whoa. Keanu Reeves, what's up, man? Wild Stallion.
I just want to say, there's not even a debate. You can't even debate it. If you think about where we come from, who created us, who created the world, and mostly people believe in the Big Bang and everything happened from the Big Bang, and we are like coming from the apes, and all of those stuff. And I think people were brought up or like raised, under different type of mindsets, and I think that it also plays a big role, into what's going on in the world right now.
All right, yeah, thank you for those comments. I agree. I mean, people typically believe, Darwinism, all that stuff, because of upbringing, not because of the science and spending all their time in the lab. Ian, what's up, man?
I spent 23 years in a lab.
Is it a windy ghost joining us?
Hey there, Jay.
Uh-huh.
So I've got a buddy who's Seventh-day Adventist. Do you have any particular qualms with... He's got a hang-up on Saturday Sabbath and following basically Old Covenant doctrine.
Well, yeah, I mean, the hang-up is that it's totally arbitrary and inconsistent. They follow a woman fraud prophet who claimed to speak in tongues and have charismatic gifts. I mean, it's just... I mean, it should be absurd on the face of it because it's a restorationist type of movement, so it's not the true church. The gates of hell thus prevailed against the church, if that group is true, violating Matthew 16. They can't give it a coherent account of the canon of Scripture. So I would run all of the same Protestant arguments that we always run. I would not get into back and forth, throwing Scripture back and forth about the seventh day, although the Orthodox Church, by the way, does honor the seventh day at Vespers. But the church worshipped on the first day of the week. So that's how we know it's the day of resurrection. But don't get into that. Just say, look, you're not even in a church, dude. It's like a sect that was invented by an insane woman. That automatically should cancel it out right there. Kyle G, what's up? Oh, a little bit of a reminder, too. We had a funny thing today happen, which was that... So Sneeko had followed me after the debate. He might be regretting following me now because you'll notice he put up a tweet. Let's see if I can... It's not showing up because he deleted it, but he said, Jesus quotes the Shema as the great commandment to love the Lord your God, the Lord is one. Well, but the problem is that if you're going to cite Deuteronomy and Jesus citing Deuteronomy, Jesus also calls God his Father. And so that proves that Allah is not Jesus' God because Allah has no sons. Sneeko deleted the text. Beyond that, the other argument was that the same text says, wait a minute, Mark, he's saying the Gospel of Mark, right? Well, the Gospel of Mark, Jesus claims to be God when he says that he has the power on earth to forgive sins. And by the way, if the Bible's corrupt, then why are you using Mark 12:29? And then somebody said, we are just showing your Bible corrupt and contradict. Oh, well, that's even worse for you because 547, the Quran says that the Gospel, the Injil, and the Torah before it are what we would use as Christians to judge the revelation of the Quran. So that's even worse for you because your Quran is telling me to go to a corrupt book to try to confirm the Quran. So this is how stupid this is. And it doesn't matter how many times we hit refresh on this argument, like they still don't get it. But so then again, funny part is that Sneeko deleted the tweet because he was starting to get so many comments talking about how this was a bad argument that he deleted it. So I thought that was funny. What's up, man? Kyle, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, brother?
Yo.
Hey, I have two kind of totally different questions. I'm a Roman Catholic, and I found you with your debate with Sam Shamoon, and oh man, you and Father Arians definitely got me thinking some sort of way. But I had a question on how does the transcendental argument fall to Jesus? I can't make the connection. I can make the connection to a God as a whole, but it's hard for me to like incorporate.
Well, you need a certain type. You need a specific type of God. Okay, so if you look up my stream where I went into, I argued against Phaser, and let's see, it's that stream where I go more precise into the topic of. Let me find it. Here it is. It's called Philosophy, Universals, and Divine Conceptualism. Phaser, Aristotle, and Augustine. If you look at that live stream, I go into how we get to Trinity there. And I think I did another one called Top 10 Arguments Against Tag Refuted, where I go into how we get to Tag from there. So in other words, there's no such thing as just a God. That doesn't exist. Yeah. You need some kind of content an explanation of who that God is and the metaphysics of that Christian worldview to actually do the grounding work. So I don't know if you heard the first guy that called in. The very first guy that called in today said, "Why can't it just be a God?" And I'm like, that tells us nothing. There's no such thing as just a God.
Okay, no, I wasn't here for that. But that's sort of like the same thing I've been wrestling with too. So I'll go back and watch those 2 clips.
Maybe I need to do a new stream and and update this, because this was these were like 3 years ago when we did this. So
and that's why tag's not. It's not an argument for a term or a word.
Yeah.
It's an entire paradigm. So Jay and I've talked about this. I've written papers. The term God, first of all, is equivocal. It means different things. Number 2, in the philosophy of logic and language, it's called a flaccid designator. It means it doesn't necessarily pick out anything specific, like Samuel Clemens would. The name Samuel Clemens. So it's not what we call a rigid designator. So when it comes to language, it's really interesting. Language is intending to refer to objects, entities, properties, states of affairs. And philosophers started inquiring into that. Well, how does it do it? When does it succeed? When do words succeed in hitting their intended referent? And when do they fail? And so what we see is that the term God, there is no generic kind of lowest common denominator that refers to anything.
Yeah.
And the very meaning of the term is conditioned by the semantic and logic rules of a system, a religion, and so that just moves it back to, again, a paradigm or religion analysis as a whole. I think part of the problem is that we want to start from the parts and then build up, but we're looking in terms of systems. Whole. The whole conditions the parts.
And this is the whole reason, quote unquote, pun intended, that Thomists don't understand this position, because their whole system is built on reasoning from the inductively from the particular to the general. They don't have any notion of systems and system level argumentation. They can't conceive of it. It blows their mind.
Yeah, guilty as charged.
Then we go into, again, and I call the term reflexive recursion, because the paradigm itself, the necessary conditions for the possibility of knowledge, the Orthodox God in his revelation, obviously refers back to it. So how do we know that? Well, if that's the first epistemic principle, that's by how which you know it. And within it, because it's a whole, is the recursion. Things are spelled out within there that explain itself too. And one of those is the whole has the notion and conditions the term God is Trinity. And within that, it even explains why
why Trinity? So it's not just arbitrary, well, if you accept it, it just has to be Trinity. The explanation is in terms also of recursion within it. It unfolds out in itself in the explanations. An explanation in terms of justification that everybody's system and paradigm wants but can't pull off. So it's both a positive proof and indirect proof by impossibility of the contrary.
Let me illustrate this with a popular tweet that I did some months ago, where I pointed out how it is the case that, for example, Allah is not synonymous with the Christian God or the God the Father of the Old Testament. First of all, Muslims do not believe that Allah has any sons. So Allah has no sons. So that right there tells you that's not God the Father, okay? Allah, for most Muslim systems, is wholly transcendent. Allah is strictly a unity, and they argue over what that means. Allah is not immanent in the world, and so he's, for example, not in time and space, so they don't believe in omnipresence like we would. Most of the time they believe that Allah is predestinarian. They believe that Allah is an occasionalist deity, meaning that there's no secondary causes in the world. Allah is the direct cause of every event, and at every millisecond he is destroying and recreating the world. Literally, so that there's no secondary causes. As we said, Allah is not God the Father. He has no sons. It is not who Abraham worshipped. Abraham did not worship a generic unity. According to Jesus, he worshipped Jesus. So, Allah is not the God of the Torah and the prophets. And every Muslim out there will tell you that they wage war on the notion of the Trinity and the person of Christ as a second person of Godhead. And so all of these are key indicators that although we share the term, quote, God between the two systems, they are mutually exclusive. There is no commonality because there are some common ideas. So, for example, well, don't you believe that God is one as a Christian? Muslims believe God is one. So we believe in the same God. That's a quantifier shift fallacy. I have one mother. You have one mother. Therefore, we have one and the same mother. No, that's a fallacy. Are you there?
Yeah. You need a slow boy part 2.
Well, I mean, again, let's just make it really easy from language. A goat is a kid. Having a child is a kid. So therefore, children of humans are goats. Isn't that stupid?
Yeah.
Why? Because the word kid means different things in different contexts, even though it's the same word. Okay, well, in the same way, the word God doesn't necessarily pick out some specific certain thing. It's a generic term.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, then natural theology is false. so you can't be a Roman Catholic anymore if that's the case, because natural theology in Nostra Aetate and Lumen Gentium 16 is based on the idea that we all believe in the same God because we have one God and it's monotheism. Okay, well, I mean, if I believe that the one God is Satan, does that make me a monotheist who also shares in the worship of the one true God with Muslims and Christians and Jews?
No, absolutely
right, it's a stupid argument. So, like, that right there undoes natural theology.
So the basis of Roman Catholicism in that manner is natural theology.
The basis of Nostra Aetate and Lumen Gentium 16's formulation of why we can have a common adoration and I guess even worship services together with Muslims, since the popes go and pray in the mosques, is precisely because of natural theology, yes.
Okay. I'm going to need to get more versed in that.
Well, I mean, just look up, doesn't it kind of seem like it's not right to go pray in the mosque towards Mecca?
Yeah, no, I feel like I've been taught otherwise from deacons, etc.
Well, do the deacons know better than the Pope? I mean...
No.
I mean, I guess conceivably in your system they could, but they're just following what Lumen Gentium 16 says when it says that Muslims are part of the plan of salvation. They worship and acknowledge the Creator. They adore and profess the faith of Abraham along with us. No, they don't. Muslims do not have the faith of Abraham because Abraham did not worship a generic Unitarian deity. And This is the whole argument that we make against Muslims. I don't understand how... I mean, Roman Catholics want to support me when I debate a Muslim, but they don't realize that my arguments undercut their position in Lumen Gentium 16 and Nostra Aetate 4.
Nostra Aetate 4, and what was the 16th?
Lumen Gentium 16.
Okay, well...
Excuse me, it's Lumen Gentium 3 and 4. Precisely 3 for the Muslims. 4 is about Jews. 4 is Nostra Aetate saying, oh, well, Jews are also part of the, quote, plan of salvation and all this nonsense, which even Tim Gordon admits is clearly a contradiction. Thank you for those questions. Realist, what's up? I mean, that's the funny thing is that all of us in this chat, after we've had enough debates with Muslims, we could obviously see through this, how absurd this is. I mean, did the Vatican Periti and the people who crafted this document, are they so ignorant on Islam that they didn't realize the silly stuff that Islam teaches, which you could, after a little bit of research and study, pick out and figure out that it's not the God of the Bible? I mean, it's obvious. And yet, they created and crafted this stupid document premised on the assumption that, well, they say that it's the God of Abraham, so it's the same as our God. How stupid is that? I mean, imagine if I said, well, I worship the God of Abraham, but it's Satan. Well, according to Lumen Gentium, it's the same God. This is how stupid this is. But Roman Catholics cannot conceive that the Vatican documents would be this stupid, but they are. It's this fraudulent. And it's right here. I mean, it's clear as that. They're also, well, the documents of Vatican II are ambiguous. They're not ambiguous because it's clearly saying that the plan of salvation includes Muslims and that they adore God. Adoration is worship. It's not just a conceptual, well, they have a conceptual, like if Vatican II had said they have a conceptual reference perhaps to a single God, maybe they could get away with it, but they don't. They actually say the plan of salvation, the faith of Abraham, and adoration.
Hello?
Yo.
Could you recommend me literature on, like, debunking relativism?
I don't know if there's much literature because it's kind of prima facie self-refuting. I mean, if relativism is true, you can't say it's true. I mean, that's like the strongest self-own ever. So
we have one in the ethics books I'm teaching out of, the Fundamental of Ethics. He provides like 2 chapters.
Okay.
I think this guy's an atheist, but he provides 2 chapters refuting relativism. One is psychological or practical reasons to reject relativism, and then also logical reasons. Like Jay said, for example, relativism states is the position that either your society and culture is the standard for truth. So what makes something true? It's the culture or society, or relativism means the individual subject makes it true. Now the problem with that is, obviously that means, well then, by that standard, all views about things are equally true. Would you say that's correct? According to relativism, all views are equally valid. Why? Because the relativist accepts that that's the standard that makes something true.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
I already moved on. I think so.
Anyways, let me finish up real quick because it's really good. Okay. That means, so if the position relativism is A, it must admit that all positions are equally valid. Well, my position is B, and B states that A is false. So that means they have to say that A is both true and not true at the same time. And it's self-refuting, so it's a contradiction. That's probably the most straightforward, kind of logical argument.
All right, so somebody said, how come you're not debating Jews? So again, I don't know if people are ignorant, but Jews typically do not debate because they see their position as really for themselves and insular. They don't they're not into proselytizing. Debating is partly for the purpose of proselytizing. But I have had 3 Jews come to debate in the last month. You can go to the Billy Carson stream here. The last hour has a Jewish debater. There's another Jewish debate on this one here, open debate, dispensationalism, Judaism. So I'm really tired of these annoying complaints. You won't debate Jews. This is open debate for anybody who wants to come debate. So what are you talking about? Let's see, move on. Idris. I'm Idris Elba, what's up, dude? Widows, $10. I'm new to Orthodoxy. I was a Calvinist. I have questions concerning Orthodox churches. I think I already answered that one. That said to find a ROCOR Serbian Romanian church. El Tigre, $1. If you woke up tomorrow as the monarch of USA, what are the things that you would do besides implementing a zero capital gains tax?
I do have a question here. You guys believe Jesus Christ is the Son of God?
Yes.
And some Christians believe that Jesus is the God himself too.
Well, God is a generic term that can pick out different things, so both are correct. Hello?
Yeah, in Islam we believe Jesus Christ is the messenger of God.
Right. I'm aware. But what Jesus, though, right? Because not the Jesus of the Bible, right?
There's only one Jesus.
Is it the one in the Bible or not?
Well, I think it's the same in the Koran and Bible.
Oh, well, but Jesus says God is his father in the Bible. And the Quran says Allah has no sons. So clearly Jesus' God is not Allah.
Yeah, we believe in Islam. So God doesn't have a son or brother.
Yeah, so Jesus' God is not Allah because Jesus says that God is his father.
So in Islam we believe that Jesus is a Muslim. Do you guys believe that?
I just disproved that. Did you not hear what I said?
Okay.
Okay. So again, think about what you heard me say. Muslims are literally 99% of them incapable of restating an argument or hypothetical.
And it's the word concept fallacy. Words can only have one meaning.
Yeah, God just refers to Allah and his essence or something. Exactly. If the Bible is corrupted, then why does the Quran in 547 tell the people of the gospel to judge by what Allah has revealed in it? I mean, this is so silly. But Bible is corrupt. Oh, that's even worse because now you're telling me to go to a corrupted book to judge the Quran. So you see how silly this is. They can't. You ask them. If we get more Muslims coming on, we'll ask them to restate the hypothetical, and none of them will be able to do it. What's up, Colt?
Oh, hey man, I just got a quick question about this one passage in the Bible. So a lot of Reformed bros will cite Psalm 51:5 to prove that we have original guilt, and I was just wondering what your response to that would be.
Yeah, but that passage doesn't say anything about original guilt.
Yeah, but their argument is that since it says, "Behold, I was brought forth in iniquity and sin," they say that therefore, since he was brought forth in sin, therefore he's guilty.
Yeah, but that's resting on the assumption that sin is a state of being, which is Manichaean heresy.
Oh, really? Is that simple?
Yeah.
Dude, I appreciate that.
Everything that exists because God created it. God gives it being. And so if existing is a sin, or if sin is a state of being, then God created sin. Sin has ontological substance or being, and God is a Manichaean God. It's that simple. But they're that silly that they can't make the distinction between a state of being and guilt. Those are two different things. Guilt, according to James, if you read James, right, he says that desire, when it is consented to, gives birth to sin. He doesn't say desire is sin. He doesn't say that a state of being is sin. He says that when you consent to it with your will, it's sin. So in the Orthodox view, according to James, the only way to sin is to commit a action against God's law. And infants don't do that. Infants cannot commit sins. When it says that they are in a state of condemnation or whatever, that's the consequences of Adam's sin, not the guilt of Adam's sin. Okay, yeah, I see you, babe. I see you, babe. I'm thinking of Jamie. I see you, baby. I see you, baby. Shaking that. I see you, dude, is what I meant to say. Filthy ninja. I certainly wouldn't call this dude a baby. What's up, baby? How you doing, baby?
Do you love the fact that you speak about how a child cannot commit sin? A child cannot commit sin.
Correct.
But God created sin.
No, he didn't.
He set us up for failure.
I mean, it explicitly says. I mean, the scriptures explicitly say God did not create evil. So no, not true. James Wilson, what's up, man?
Hey Jay, hey Father Ananias, big fan of what you're doing. I'm a catechumen at an Orthodox church in Little Rock, Arkansas, and I came out of Protestantism. And I think one thing my Protestant brain needs to be beat up about is the concept of heaven and hell. Because when I see it, from asking my father or looking at the OCA website, it almost seems as if, hey, it's just our disposition towards God, not, okay, hey, you chose not to be, to follow God or to accept his salvation.
No, that's correct.
Came out of Protestantism.
Yeah, it's correct because it's tied to the doctrine of recapitulation, that everyone is going to the same eschaton. And what determines the experience of the eschaton, as it's in terms of whether it's ever well-being or ever ill-being, depends on how we lived in this life.
Yeah.
So that is the Orthodox view. So in other words, the river of fire is the same thing as the river of life.
Got it. Okay, copy that. Well, dude, thank you for your help.
Sure,
really
anytime. Anytime, appreciate that. Mentalism. We got a mentalist over here. He's gonna read our minds. Carlito, $1. I challenge you to list 10 interesting facts that you learned this year. I'm not gonna, for $1, I'm not gonna sit here listing 10 interesting facts. Zalmoxis, $5. Did you see Gavin Ortland's video where he wholesale repeats R.C. Sproul's fallible list of infallible books? Would you react to that? Thank you, Jay. Yeah, I mean, it's just on the surface an absurd, contradictory position. I mean, if the whole is fallible, then the parts could be wrong. And if the parts can be wrong, then it really doesn't do anything to say that it's a fallible collection of infallible books, because if I can start taking out different books based on my research, which is what Luther did, and what every Protestant can do, what every Protestant liberal higher critic does, then the statement ultimately ends up meaningless and has no weight behind it. I mean, how can you as a Protestant tell me that I'm wrong if I come to the conclusion through research and study that, only the Gospel of John is valid and 3 of Paul's epistles and everything else is to be tossed out? But trust me, I've prayed about it. I've studied really hard. I have a lot of scholars to back me up on this. You really have no weight behind the claim that I'm wrong with any normative authority. And so it just ends up being a bunch of academics arguing back and forth. And Jesus did not establish his church on the back of a bunch of academics. But all Protestantism ends up falling over into an academic-based church. So normative authority in the Protestant world ends up being academics. Did Jesus elect a bunch of academics to be the pillar and foundation stones of the church in the New Testament, the book of Revelation? No, it's the apostles and their successors. So we get, academics can have a role, but because the church in Protestantism it's not a church, they left it, there's no normative authority. So it's absurd for them to call it an infallible collection, a fallible collection of infallible books. I mean, on the face of it, that is a stupid statement. I can't believe that they can't see through that. Mentalist, what's up?
Hey, first time on the space. I'm really enjoying it. I just wanted to make kind of a general statement and see what you have to say about it. The idea of Christianity, to me, I want to believe in its origins. I want to believe in its authenticity, in its age, and the quality of its teachings. But when you compare the Jewish teachings, which is what the Bible took from and like added the New Testament to the Torah, essentially, right? Then the entire definition of the original religion, so to speak, or the like original system changes into like this metaphoric reality, and like it feels more modernized.
What are you talking about? Changes into a metaphoric reality? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? How does it change into a metaphoric reality? What do you mean?
Well, say like all the cross-referencing you can do in Revelation, and it's talking about the wound of the beast that was unto death. Like one of the heads of the beast had a wound as unto death, and that wound healed, and he began speaking blasphemies unto the name of God. Like that's, to me, it's like it's representative of like a king or a kingdom of like
what does that have to do with the Old Testament? What does all these Revelation texts have to do with the Old Testament?
Well, just the original morality comes from the Old Testament, and Jesus comes around in the New Testament and explains that morality in a different lens to certain people, and certain people.
Why do you think it's a different lens, though? Because if you look at, for example, the video I did called "The Jewish Trinity," the Trinity is in the Old Testament, so that is contrary to Maimonidean and post-Maimonides era like Unitarianism.
Well, in I'm not talking about the Trinity. I'm talking about like no longer shall there be like animal sacrifice for our sins. Like that's why Jesus came, to sacrifice himself for our sins. That's
but David himself said, "Sacrifice you do not desire." So the blood of goats and bulls could never purge sin.
I understand that, but they're like if you read more than just the Torah, they're talking about different things.
What's talking about different things? What do you mean?
The Torah is talking about different things.
What are you talking about?
It's complemented by the other teachings of Judaism. It's not just it's not just a pillar of their entire belief. It's multiple pillars of their entire belief.
You're using all these like really vague phrases. I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, I was getting to a point.
Okay.
Is that I feel as though it's modernized to a point in this world that it's just Hollywood effects. You know, they're.
I mean, are you aware of like how all over the place rabbinical Judaism is? So you understand this critique would apply 10 times more to Judaism.
I can grasp that, because I was going to use a verse. I don't know the actual passage, but like the verse reads out that David was in like a courtroom of like a one of the king's courtrooms, and he feigned madness to.
Yeah, I'm familiar. It's in the historical books. I'm familiar with the story. What about it?
Well, that's like what they're doing today, except to instill fear in the population that like there's this heaven and this hell, and I believe that there is this heaven.
I'm sorry,
and this hell.
I'm not understanding any of these arguments. I don't understand where it's going. Sorry, man. NPC, what's up? It's just too all over the place. David's feigning madness. That's what they're doing today to instill fear. How does that relate to what I said about rabbis being all over the place? What's up, man? NPC, what's up? You gotta unmute, man. Or don't. Skull Knight.
Hey Jay, can you hear me?
Uh-huh. What's up?
Yeah, so I just had a question about your position on the Trinity. So is it your view that the Trinity is lottery, or just that you believe it's...
You're cutting out. Is it my view what? Are you there?
How it was revealed through...
Hey, bro, you're cutting out. Start over. Is it my view what? Skull, are you there? You everything cut out, man. We didn't hear anything.
Is it your...
You got to get a better connection, dude. Sorry. Come back in, and I'll go to you. Servant. My nose is going crazy. Allergies. Spike Spiegel, $10. I've read that the Orientals concluded that the anathemas are lifted. Well, it doesn't really matter. Some Orthodox people might think that because they're ecumenists, but that doesn't really mean or do it doesn't achieve anything. What's up, man?
Hey Jay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, Jay. I'm Catholic to start with it. My question would be, the biggest issue with the Roman Catholic Church would be the Pope's infallibility and their position on the filioque, right?
I mean, those are kind of the most popular ones, but I think there's other issues that are equally as divisive.
Okay. Have you ever heard about the Old Catholic Church?
Mm-hmm.
So what is your position about them? Because they do not agree with the Pope infallibility, and there was a schism.
Yeah, but they have all of the other. But they have all of the other heresies of the West. So it doesn't. It's a schism within the Latin world, no different than the Protestants for us.
So it's basically similar or the same level as the Roman Catholics for Orthodox Church.
Yeah. And many of the old Catholics have become Anglicans, and many of them are wandering bishops and occultists, so they're really an irrelevant movement.
Oh, they're occultists as well. I haven't.
Some of them are, yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's bad. Okay, just to tell, I just want to thank you for all the insights and all the streams and everything that you do, because even though I'm Catholic and everything, I listen to you. I've learned a lot, and I'm actually at the point where I'm deciding if I should leave the Roman
I hear you.
Catholic
Yeah, I appreciate that. I understand where you're at. We've been there. I think, really old Catholicism is not a viable option, because I think when people get to the point of, well, am I going to be a trad cat that's like Seda, or am I going to go Uniate, or, I don't like Francis and Vatican II. They kind of scroll through these other options, but I think you're going to find that these other options are really also really untenable. I mean, I just don't think old Catholicism is any...
Yeah. I know, because from my position, even being baptized in the Roman Catholic Church, I really don't see any logical reasoning for the Pope's infallibility. It's... I don't want to sound heretical or anything like that, but it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, the one thing I would say...
that there was
right. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Ahead. No, it's just I one thing I understand, that there was always a Bishop of Rome, and there was certain authority in the Bishop of Rome, but there were several bishops at the same time, and they always had to reach the point when they gathered in the councils, and the bishops were the same from each church, right? There was the same level of...
that synodality and conciliarity is what's admitted in the recent documents from the Vatican about the Orthodox. So, if you read the Chieti document and if you read the Alexandria document, they admit all of the Orthodox points on what you just said.
Yeah. All right, man. That's basically all. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I think the one thing I will say about old Catholics is that Dollinger's book is relevant, and his arguments, because he was the one who had a big, the most famous historian at that time who was really struggling with accepting Vatican I, and I think Dollinger's arguments really influenced the old Catholics. So while old Catholicism is kind of a, pretty much a dead position, Dollinger's book has, quite a few pertinent critiques that we would agree with. One of the things that he said that was kind of prophetic was Dollinger said that after Vatican I, really the whole of Rome will be just to defend the papacy. And that's exactly what's happened. So he was correct. And what do all the papal apologists do? All they do, 95% of their apologetics is papacy, because the religion is the papacy. And it's just preposterous. Hadrianus.
Hi, Jay. Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
So I'm a Greek Orthodox Christian. I'm actually asking this on behalf of a Brazilian Orthodox inquirer. I'm Brazilian. I communicated with him. He just can't access X, so I'm doing this on his behalf.
Okay.
So his first two questions were, so basically he's been attending a Greek Orthodox church as an inquirer, and he read the September 1st letter from the patriarch, basically, marking that letter, marking the beginning of the ecumenical calendar and whatnot. And he was kind of concerned about sort of the green environmentalist rhetoric. It kind of reminded him of the political leftist rhetoric that he hears.
Of course. Bartholomew is a huge supporter of all that. Yeah.
Could you elaborate on? I'm not familiar. I'm Greek, but I'm not super familiar with that. Could you give me the cliff notes and
Yeah, I mean, Bartholomew unfortunately has been essentially an attaché of the U.S. State Department for the whole tenure, and the patriarchs of Constantinople going back a few generations have been. So it's unfortunate, but they parrot whatever the Uncle Sam tells them to. So. I mean, he's published books with the Clintons on green crap. So, I would not be anywhere in that sphere. So, I don't automatically call everybody in that sphere heretic or bad or evil, but I do not promote anything related to Patriarch Constantinople.
Oi, como vai? Your friend is in a Greek church in Brazil, you said?
Oh, he already left. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were going to ask him a question. Jurgen's Lotion, what's up? Jurgen's Lotion.
Hey, Jay, am I good to talk?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I was watching a reaction to one of your live streams, and it was when you debated the Nigerian Thomist who kind of spurred out when you got him to deny Leviticus 9.
To deny what?
So, Leviticus 9, the glory of God. And so right before that happened, he had kind of asked a question about the distinction between the essence, the energies, and then he asked the question, is the essence distinct from the essence of God distinct from the existence of God? And so the guy who was watching your video responded and saying, you kind of hinted that there is a distinction, and he said that logically would lead to you saying that God does not exist. So I just want to see what your response to that was.
No. So for us, existence is one of the energies. So no, saying that God's existence is an energy and not identical to his essence would not in any way have anything to do with leading to atheism. That's kind of a low tier, stupid argument.
Okay. But yeah, I just want to. He didn't give you a chance, so we didn't get a chance to respond to it. So I just wanted to get it out there.
Yeah, I mean, ironically, it's even more difficult for a Thomist position, because if you say that God's existence is identical to his essence, and you profess to believe in via negativa, you're more closer to moving into atheism than my position is. Because in our position, God is immanent in the world. The energies come down to us in a real immanent sense. In the Thomist position, that doesn't happen. You only know God by created effects. But how do we know that what's behind the veil of the created effects is actually what we think in terms of these created concepts? So I have a concept of what God's mercy or justice is from these created effects, but I never actually touch the actual mercy or justice of God. They're only created effects. And so it begs the question then, when we say, how do we know that these created effects match up to the thing beyond the veil of creation, when we don't actually know or think or have any basis to believe that there's a similarity between the effects and the cause? Now, all Thomists will say, well, we know that there's a similarity of analogy to the cause and the effect. How do we know that? That's the thing that I'm asking you. You're asserting that based on your metaphysics, but all they have is a self-evident, self-assertive metaphysic that if you just question why they think that, they immediately crumble. Because none of them have dealt with any of the epistemology of the last 500 years. So if you just ask them a basic question of how they know their, quote, self-evident metaphysical principles, they collapse and crumble and lose their mind.
Absolutely. If it's okay, I have another question.
Sure.
And it's kind of about like paradigm level circularity.
Okay.
And it's one thing that like when you debate Trent Horn or like any other people who watch your debates and respond, they always kind of don't understand what you mean by
Correct.
How each paradigm level is at some point, you can, like, fundamentalism will never work. You have to result in some type of secularity or circularity.
Right.
So could you kind of like expound on that and why it works when you start from there, understanding that with the theistic or the Orthodox God?
Well, again, if God exists, I mean, ultimately, obviously, the way that we believe in him in Christian theology, he's going to be the ultimate authority. He's going to be the final thing that you could appeal to, right? There's not going to be something that God appeals to or stands above or over God that judges him, because God is the ultimate thing in our worldview. He's supposed to be. Now, what they do is they don't actually they'll say that, but they don't actually consistently believe that, because they actually think that there's all these things that are self-evident that come first principles, natural science, natural philosophy, all this stuff, axioms, self-evident principles, all this stuff from Aristotle, right? Those are the things that are first, and then you do theology later. And it just blows their mind to question all that and throw it into, reverse it and say, no, what if God is the ground of the first principles? They just don't, they think that it's crazy. They have no idea, like, what you're saying, because they don't think in terms of systems and arguing and comparing systems. They think in piecemeal, again, like building up and stacking the evidences. Think about the Ibarra debate. This is a great example of this. I told Ibarra that all I need is to show and demonstrate some systemic level contradictions to invalidate your whole worldview. And what was Ibarra's response? Wait a minute, Jay. Let me just pile up a bunch of historical evidences, and doesn't it seem like it would be very likely that the papacy is true? So he didn't even understand that I'm dispensing with that whole approach, that whole evidentialist pile up the evidences idea, by saying that at a systemic level, if the system contradicts, the whole thing is tossed out. And that it melts their minds because they don't think in terms of systems.
Now, in terms of polemics, I've stopped using that circularity at paradigm level phrase because it confuses people. And Jay and I talked about this. I like, again, reflexive recursion. So the epistemic first principle, how do I know that? Well, it's reflexive. It's in virtue of the principle that you know that. And I find that's a lot better because people get really confused about circularity.
Yeah, no, a good example of how you can't avoid this in meta-level questions is something like, how do we explain linguistic philosophy without using words? Oh, you're going to explain linguistic philosophy and define linguistic philosophy, but you're using words, so you're being circular. You see how silly that would be. But it's inescapable by the nature of what we're discussing. So, for example, somebody asked me on YouTube yesterday, they were like, you're silly because you're talking about meta-logic. Meta-logic isn't a thing because it's still using logic. Yeah, that's the point, is that you can't escape appealing to things like logic in questions of metalogic. That's the point. That's why it's, quote, circular, or as Father Deacon pointed out, to be more precise and not confuse people, it's recursive. It refers back to itself. It's self-referencing. That's different than a vicious circle in terms of a contradiction. And so when people are calling out, well, you say that tag allows for circular arguments, and yet you're always calling people out for circular arguments. When I'm calling out a Roman Catholic for a, quote, circular argument, it's because he believes in a system that doesn't allow for any recursive self-referencing. That's why. Because they're foundationalists. Now, if he wants to give up foundationalism, then he's going to be in an even deeper problem because he'd have to give up Thomism. You see. That's why. It's systems, okay? People can't fathom and think about systems. It's the problem here.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you. That was my last question. Thank you, guys.
Sure. Great questions.
Also, remember that goes back to the Bonson debate, too, where he points out the crackers of the pantry fallacy, that not everything is proven in the same way.
Yeah, exactly. That's they're making the exact same move. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Logic, higher level things are that by which you prove stuff.
To prove things, I use logic. But if I ask, well, how do I know logic works to prove things? That's a meta-level question that's going to be proven in a different way than the way other things are proven. This is people don't know this, but yeah. Ali, what's up? Here come the Muslims.
Jay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
We talked before, right?
I don't know.
Okay,
are you the only Muslim named Ali?
I mean, you can check my account and you'll see the recent videos I posted. Anyway, did you quote 547?
Yes.
Would you like to talk about it?
Sure.
I'll go a bit in detail, so if you're lost in anything, just stop me in the middle, okay?
Okay.
Let's go. So, in Quran 547, لِيَحْكُمْ أَهْلِ الْإِنْجِيلِ, okay?
The what?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it in Arabic, so...
okay.
Yani, 1 second, let me pull out the verse, so I'll make my point more obvious, وَلِيَحْكُمْ أَهْلِ الْإِنْجِيلِ بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهِ, okay? There's another qira'ah, I think it was Khalaf and Hamza. Al-Tabari states this in his tafsir. He says, in this qira'ah, it says, وَلِيَحْكُمْ, with like a kasra on the bottom. So that completely changes the meaning. That's like, what that means in Qira'at Khalaf and Hamza, it means, we revealed to the Injil so the people of the Injil can judge with it. That's the new meaning. So when we correlate the two meanings in the Qira'at, we'll come out with one meaning, is that this was a command for people that used to have the Injil. لِيَحْكُمْ أَهْلِ الْإِنْجِيلِ بِمَا أَنزَلَ Wait 1 second. وَلِيَحْكُمْ أَهْلِ الْإِنْجِيلِ بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ فِيهِ. Are you lost or...
You think that's funny? Now, isn't it interesting that the Quran in many places says that it reveals everything and everything is clear? But now it turns out it's not, because we actually need this hadith to explain that the meaning is actually not what it appears to be, right?
JJ, have you studied Ilm al-Qira'at before?
Okay, so, right.
No, I'm asking you. Have you looked into it?
So, can you make an argument without throwing all the Arabic terms? Because that doesn't impress anybody but your own crew. Nobody's impressed by this but Muslims. So,
I know.
Right. So, and there's about 15 other places, by the way, that also say in the Quran that the previous revelation confirms the new. So it's not just 547. You understand that? You want the whole list? I've got 15 here.
Okay. Also, have I told you that I believe that at the time of the Prophet there were uncorrupted versions of the Torah and the Injil?
Is that the ones that the Christians and Jews had?
Yeah, at the time of the Prophet.
So the 7th century Christian or Jew had uncorrupted texts that they could go to?
In Medina.
in Medina. I mean, do you understand that we have the same text as Christians and Jews that Christians and Jews at this time and earlier had?
I mean, you also have many lost gospels, so
that has nothing to do with this. Lost gospels has nothing to do with this. No, it doesn't. We today have the same Torah and gospel and prophets that Jews and Christians at this time had and earlier.
Jay, that's besides the point. If the prophet quotes or a Sahabi quotes a verse from the Torah and you can't find it in your current Torah, that proves that the Torah at the time of the prophet is much different than the Torah you have now. So all of the verses you are
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
No, all that does is prove that perhaps the Quran misinterpreted or miscited. That doesn't prove anything. That only proves that if your position is true, which is in question.
This is I'll quote the hadith of the Jewish rabbi at the time of the prophet.
Oh, so now we got to go to Jewish rabbis for this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. 1 second.
No, we're done. This is retarded. Garrett, what's up? So there's uncorrupted texts that exist at this time. He didn't know that we, as Christians and Jews, have texts that are similar to the texts of the 7th century Christian and Jew and earlier. That it's like they can't grasp this. And then he brings up lost gospels. It has nothing to do with this. The pseudepigrapha, the Gnostic texts have absolutely nothing to do with what the Jewish and Christian Bibles were at this time. This is so silly. And by the way, it's not just 547. It's about 15 other texts that also talk about confirming the new revelation with what came before. So you notice what they have to do is say, oh, turns out there was a gospel and an Injil, but it's not what Jews and Christians have. But he just admitted that the Jews and Christians did have it. So everywhere they turn and they try to, when trying to prove this, they shoot themselves in the foot. That's why they can't get this. What's up, man?
Hey, Jay. Huge respect. My best friend is a Serbian Orthodox. I've been attending liturgy for the last year. And I went last week with my kids, and they were, this one guy was like, oh, you should check out American Orthodox. And I wasn't sure if they were kind of giving me tough love. And I went last week to the American Orthodox.
Are you talking about the OCA? Really I don't know what you're calling American Orthodox.
Yeah, it's just like an OCA church. I was just wondering your opinion on those. And
no, I do not recommend. I do not recommend people go to the OCA. So, how's that, Garrett? What's up?
Hey, Jay. I was wondering, in general, your strongest argument against annihilationism. I would go to Christology. Someone brought it up the other day, and it was just something I thought was
what does that have to do with Christology? And no, I mean, the Christology itself refutes annihilationism because Jesus assumed a rational soul, according to Constantinople 1. So the condemnation of Apollinarianism proves that annihilationism is false.
Well, right, and I was using Christology as my.
Oh, okay. I just didn't hear you. So yeah, you're on the right track. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah. So that's where you would go to, just be Christology, because that wasn't hitting.
Well, I mean that's kind of that's an easy kind of right away way to show it's not Christian or Orthodox. But I mean, there's plenty of texts that show that the soul exists and continues on beyond death. I mean, Abraham, Abraham's bosom with the righteous man and the unrighteous man. I mean, that whole story.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the whole story. I mean, I didn't even thought about that, but that whole story just now popped into my head as obviously a refutation of annihilationism, right? So, I mean, if we die and we're annihilated, then how is the Jesus rebuking the man who's complaining about his brothers and being in Abraham's bosom versus him being in torment? Let's do this real quick here to point out, because I keep saying this, and so we're going to try to run through these fairly quickly, and you'll see that it's not just one or two texts here. It's actually many texts where the Quran directs us to go to the prior revelation, and it puts the Muslim on the horns of a dilemma, because they either have to say the prior revelation is corrupt, which means that the Quran is contradicting and it's sending us to a corrupt book to confirm it, which is dumb. Or, there's this lost version that Jews and Christians had that we don't have anymore. Well, there is no evidence of this lost version other than these assertions. And you just heard him admit that, he didn't know that we have gospel texts and Torah texts that are 7th century and earlier. So it's like they don't even know this, right? They just assert their position. They have no idea about what's actually even in the text, by the way. So let's look at 241. Remember, O children of Israel, 40. Remember my favors. Fulfill your covenant, and I will fulfill mine. Stand in awe of me. 241. Believe in my revelations, which confirm your scriptures. So notice, the new revelation confirms the revelation to the Jews. Okay, 241. Let's go to 289. Now, the reason I'm doing this is that this is stated so many times in the Quran that it's kind of absurd when you get distracted into thinking it's only 547. It's not only 547, okay? 289. Although they used to pray for victory by means of the prophet over the polytheists, when there came to them a book from Allah, which they recognized, this is talking about the Old Testament, confirming the scripture they had in their hands, the Quran confirms what's in their hands, okay? So it's supposed to be continuity. The text that they have, the way the Quran consistently argues, is supposed to be a confirmation of what came before. So there's the assumption of continuity. It's not that hard. When it is said, believe what Allah has revealed, they say, we only believe what was sent to us. They deny what came afterwards, though it is the truth confirming their own scriptures. The Quran is supposed to confirm their scriptures, the ones they possess, the Bible. This one that we possess, Jews and Christians possess. Indeed, Moses came to you with clear proofs, and you worshipped the calf. We took your covenant and raised you to the mountain, saying, hold firmly to that scripture, the Torah. You see that? 291, 92, 93. 2101. We're going to go through every one of these so that you see that it's not a one-off, okay? There's not that many. Well, there's 10, 15 of them. So we're going to go through them all. When a messenger from Allah came to them, confirming their own scriptures, the people of the book cast the book of Allah behind their backs as if they did not know. So the argument here in 2101 is that the Quran is confirming the prior scriptures, meaning there has to be continuity. This is why, by the way, Daniel in his contradictory clips in our debate says, look at all the continuity. And then in the debate with Sam and Ijaz, I never argued for continuity. It's not continuity. Total contradiction. Why do they do that? Well, because the Quran is a bunch of contradictions. That's why. Let's see, I forgot 278, 79. Among them are the illiterate who know nothing about Scripture except lies. So this is illiterate people. This is one of their texts they reply with, right? So they're going to say, oh, you see, the Quran is saying the Bible's corrupt here in 77, 78. It's not saying that. It says that illiterate people who can't read corrupt what the scriptures say. It does not say the scriptures are corrupt. So they'll cite 279 and ignore 278 that's talking about illiterate people. Obviously, if they're illiterate, they can't corrupt it. In other words, they can't corrupt the scriptures themselves, right? They're illiterate and distorting the scriptures through what they say. They know nothing about the scripture, and they distort it with their own hands when they say this is from Allah. So, and this goes along with the other text that says that they corrupted it with their tongues. And that's what, 377, 79? It does not say the texts themselves are corrupt because many times over, it says that the texts are not corrupt. Indeed, those who trade Allah's covenant and the oaths for a fleeting gain will have no share in the hereafter. Allah will neither speak to them nor look at them nor purify them in the day of judgment. They will suffer a painful punishment. For there are some among them who distort the book. Is it saying that the Torah is corrupted? No, with their tongues. To make you think the distortion is from the book, but it is not from the book. It is literally in the text saying that the book is not corrupted. What do they all say? The book is corrupt. Because they know that if they go with admitting that it's not corrupt, they're in an even worse situation, because obviously the Bible contradicts the Quran. Okay, so you see the games that they're playing here? Over and over it says, no, it's not the book is corrupt. It's the illiterate people who distort it with their tongues, not the book. And they say it's from the book, but it's not. Ironically, the very thing that Allah's followers do when they argue with us. Isn't that funny? The book is corrupt. Well, Allah says to you, the book is not corrupt, and you're distorting it with your tongue. That's how stupid these people are. Right? 3:1. He has revealed to you, O prophet, the book, confirming what came before, as revealed in Torah and Gospel. See that? Confirming what came before in Torah and Gospel. So the Quran is supposed to confirm what came before, but also Jews and Christians can look to what came before to validate the Quran, supposedly. So it's supposed to be this reflexive thing, and I can explain why that's the case, because not many people know this, but what actually happens is that the Quran is supposed to be God's revelation for Arabs. And this is in 543 and 568, that Jews and Christians had a revelation in their language. Well, what are Arabs supposed to do because they don't have the revelation? Well, in steps Muhammad to give the revelation in Arabic. Thus, Jews and Christians are told in 543 to follow their own books. This is something that David Wood recently did a video on that's really, really insightful here to understand what's going on. So 543, why do they come to you for judgment, Jews, when they already have Torah? Well, how are they doing that if it's all corrupted, by the way? The Torah contains Allah's judgment, you see. So the argument here is that Jews don't need to come to you. They have the Torah. They're fine with that. And then in 568, a similar statement. You see how silly this is. This whole position is silly. Say, O prophet, O people of the book, you have nothing to stand on unless you observe Torah and gospel. How could they observe it if it's corrupt? And what has been revealed to you? See that? So the assumption is Jews follow the Torah. Christians follow the Injil. That's the revelation sufficient for you. But then at the same time, the Quran is supposed to be for all people. It doesn't make sense. The whole thing is a bunch of contradictions. Way worse than what they say about us. That's the funny part. All right, so we're going to go through the rest of these. There's many, many more. 348. Did we do that one? I can't remember if we did that one. We'll see. Allah will teach him writing and wisdom, Torah and gospel. How are they going to do that if it's all corrupt? And then the one that we just read, 543 to 47. Why do they come to you when they have already the Torah? Indeed, we revealed the Torah containing guidance and light, by which the prophets who submitted themselves to Allah made judgments for the Jews. Okay, what prophets? The ones that you read about in the Bible? So the rabbis and the scholars judge according to Allah's book. How do they do that if it's corrupted? Which was entrusted and of which they were made keepers. Do not fear them, fear me. We ordained for them Torah. You see that? Allah ordained for Jews Torah, for Christians Injil. Don't worry about them. But wait a minute. They have heresies and they believe in polytheism, the Trinity. Yeah, that's because this book is contradictory. You see, that's the point. This doesn't make any sense. It's a bunch of cobbled and jumbled up narratives and copy-paste stuff. Then in the footsteps of the prophets, we sent Jesus, son of Mary, confirming the Torah. So notice, the Torah for Jews, and then Jesus is supposed to confirm the Torah, which he does. So let the people of God judge by what Allah has revealed in those. So notice, once again, 547, we're supposed to judge by what Allah has revealed. And he comes along and says, oh, but no, the Tafsir, it's corrupt. There's another one. But also there were true gospels. Okay, where is all this? These are just assertions. Where is this true gospel that they had only in Medina and that everyone else didn't have, supposedly? It's just assertions. We have revealed to you, talking to Muhammad, supposedly, even though it doesn't tell us this, we're supposed to assume it's Muhammad, the book of truth, with truth, a confirmation of the previous scriptures, and a supreme authority upon them. So judge between them by what Allah has revealed. So the whole principle here of all these texts is the assumption of and the assertion of continuity. So you see how silly this puts, what a silly position this puts them in? Oh, it's corrupt. But now wait a minute, because the early Muslims said it's not corrupt, as Sam Shamoon has shown many times over in that article. We'll pull it up to show you. We got many more, by the way. This isn't, I'm going to do them all. Here's Sam's article about the arguments that Allah's words cannot be corrupted. Al-Bukhari reported that Ibn Abbas said that the ayah means they alter and add, though none among Allah's creation can remove the words of Allah from his books. They alter and distort their meanings. You see that? As for Allah's books, they are still preserved and cannot be changed. So here's Sam's articles, which show you from the early Muslim commentaries that they are in a ridiculous, contradictory position. All right, so let's get to the rest of these. Let's see. 6, and this I think we'll talk about the fact that it can't be altered or corrupted. 6, 1, 14, 15. Say, O Prophet, should I seek a judge other than Allah while he is the one who has revealed for you the book with the truth perfectly explained? By the way, if it's perfectly explained, why do we need all these hadiths? Those who were given the scriptures, that it has been revealed to you from your Lord in truth. So do not be one of those who doubt. The word of the Lord has been perfected in truth and justice. None can change Allah's words. So wait a minute. If Allah spoke in the Torah and the Injil, but now it's corrupted, how are Allah's words corrupted? Six, 154. Additionally, we gave Moses the scripture. So notice, Allah's words cannot be corrupted. Allah gave Moses the Torah, but the Torah is corrupted. Let's see, next is 932. They wish to extinguish Allah's light with their mouths, but Allah will only allow his light to be perfected, even to the dismay of the disbelievers. He is the one who has sent his messenger with the true guidance of religion and truth, making it prevail over all of the others, even to the dismay of the polytheists. Is this the text, I think, where he talks about how, they have taken their rabbis and monks as the Messiah, son of Mary, and lords beside Allah, which we don't do that. It's just an assertion. There is no God where they worship except him. Glorified is he above what they associate with him. They wish to extinguish Allah's light with their mouths. So notice, it doesn't say the text is corrupted. It says with their mouths again. And also, Allah's light and word cannot be corrupted, you see. Allah will only allow his light to be perfected. So if it can only be perfected, then how was it corrupted in the Torah and the Injil? Let's see, next is 10. It is not possible for this Quran to have been produced by anyone other than Allah. In fact, it confirms what came before and an explanation of those scriptures. It is without doubt from the Lord of all worlds. Now, isn't that interesting? Because this one notes that it is again a confirmation of what came before. And it is an explanation of those scriptures. But wait a minute, it contradicts. Oh, but now Allah's words can't be corrupted. His light cannot fail, it always prevails. And what did the early Muslims all say? There it is. They misinterpret and alter the words. Knowingly. They alter Allah's words, meaning their meaning, not the text itself. So go read Sam's article. The Quran confirms the Bible's never been corrupted. And they just ignore all these commentators. Oh, whatever. Who cares what they said? 21. Surely following the heavenly record, we decreed in the scriptures, my righteous servants shall inherit the land. So the scriptures are here said to be the decree, right? And if the Quran and Allah's decree, if this is speaking of the unwritten record or whatever, it really doesn't matter because it's saying that it's identical to the decree in some sense, right? So how could it be corrupted, right? Because if it can be corrupted, why can't the Quran be corrupted? If the prior revelation can be corrupted, why can't this one? So you understand that the early generation of Muslims understood that if you admitted that the words of Allah can be changed and corrupted, then it would fall equally on the Quran. The same argument would apply to the Quran. What is this guy saying? I can't tell what he's... let's see. Next one is 61. By the way, there's probably more than I even have listed here. These are just the ones. These are the ones I've found so far. There's probably more. There's also 17 too. I forgot about that one. Let's see. So this is 61:8. They wish to extinguish Allah's light with their mouths. So notice it's not a corruption of the text. But Allah will perfect his light even to the dismay of the unbelievers. He is the one who has sent his messenger with true guidance, the religion of truth, making it prevail over all the others, even to the dismay of the polytheists. And then 17:2. We gave Moses the scripture and made it a guidance for the children of Israel. And we said, do not take me besides any other trustee of affairs. We warned the children of Israel in the scriptures. You will certainly cause a corruption in the land twice and become extremely arrogant. Well, yeah, what scriptures? So in other words, the argument is that the warnings and the giving of the scripture, the revelation to the children of Israel is what the Jews and Moses have. See that? And note here it says, we carried Noah in the ark. So you'll note that many times over, the Quran assumes and restates the biblical stories, assuming that the Bible has correct revelation, you see. So you see how it's a horns of a dilemma either way. If they say that the texts are all corrupted, then there's no way to say that there's any continuity. And it would mean that Allah's words can be corrupted, which we're told it can't happen. But if they don't believe it's corrupted, then they have to say that there's a contradiction, because clearly the Bible and the Quran contradict each other. Let's see. Is there... Make sure I didn't miss any. Oh yeah, there's that one text that Sam points out, 355, because it says that the followers of Christ were made to prevail, which means that Paul is not a false teacher. Remember when Allah said, "Oh Jesus, I will take you and raise you to myself, and I will deliver you from those who disbelieve, and elevate your followers above the disbelievers." Well, now wait a minute. Paul was one of the followers. So according to this text, Paul didn't invent the Trinity or corrupt Christianity. He's exalted with Christ above the disbelievers. So notice the narratives, the coherence, the narratives are all jumbled and it's not coherent. J. Mel, now that is known established that Muslims worship Hubal, Baal. Can we start from apologetics when they equivocate over the Quran versus the Bible? This is a lengthy historical argument that Sam Shamoon made in a recent live stream. Forget the name of that one, but if you go to his channel, and then Sam went into the history of the Black Stone in Mecca, you can get the background of that. Peter, $10. It's funny how Christians have to teach Muslims about their own book. Well, I mean, the same thing happens in Christianity, though, because many Christians, they don't know what's in their book. Octavian, $50. Where did the idea of predestination originate in Christianity? Well, I mean, it's in Ephesians. It's in Romans 9. So, I mean, there is discussions. It's a question, though, of what it means. So the words are there, but when Paul writes to the church at Ephesus, the Calvinist interpretation has to mean that Paul's only writing to the elect. But the problem is that he's not. He's writing to an actual visible church at Ephesus with a bishop and calling all of them predestined. So that's why the Calvinist view kind of falls apart pretty easily on that basis. Rolf Stakes, $5. What is your response to Muslims claiming that the Injil mentioned in the Quran is lost and doesn't exist anymore? That's why we asked them, how would a 7th century Christian or Jew verify these claims? And it's stupid because, as I said to the previous guy, we have today Gospel and Torah and prophet texts from the 7th century and earlier. It's that simple. I don't care what this person is saying. We want quality arguers, so I'll pick who I want. By the way, it's also just an assertion. Okay, what's the argument or the proof that there's a lost gospel? And by the way, it's not just the gospel, it's also the Torah. And how would the Jews or Christians in the 7th century confirm the teaching is consistent if what they have is lost? This is silly. And by the way, you understand that in Christian theology, we can go to the 7th century Christians. John of Damascus, right? We have all of these people. We have massive amounts of writings. The 7th Ecumenical Council, St. Theodore de Sudae, John Damascus, Theodore Abu Kura, many Christian theologians, St. Isaac the Syrian, from this time period. It's not like we don't know what the Christians of this time period were teaching and what they believed. And there's many texts prior to the 7th century of the gospel, of the Torah, of the prophets, etc. That's why it's so silly. George, $3. Can you debate needgod.net? I mean, if he wants to call in, he's leading people astray with faith alone. I mean, I can only do so much, man. Draw God, $5. I think the Orthodox theology has the strongest argument against Islam. I would argue conservative Protestants come in second. I mean, a big part of how we would argue, though, I guess you're saying that the majority of online apologists happen to be Protestants. That's true. Except for maybe, me, Sam Shamoon. But that has nothing to do with whether Protestantism is a better position against Islam. It's not. Papal interventions, I'm not sure what you mean by papal interventions hurt them. Papal contradictions hurt the Roman Catholic argument against Islam. The teaching that Vatican II has that Muslims and Catholics worship the same God is another destroyer of their apologetic strength. BMX 1966, $10. Thank you so much. $100. Wow, thank you. Astartes, $100. To either of you or FDA, is there such a thing as accepting glorious martyrdom if the other options are not available? Sure. I mean, this is pretty well known in the Christian tradition. It's Hebrews 11 mentions accepting martyrdom. In the case of it mentions the Maccabees and the martyrs in Maccabee accepting a more glorious martyrdom. I'm asking about this because the Ukrainian abbot that was drafted into the war, I'm not trying to come off as morbid. I think that typically we don't actively try to seek our death, but if God puts us in a situation where there's no other options and we're not justifiably engaging in the defense of another or some form of self-defense, then yes, then you do accept martyrdom. That's a good question. Saro, $15. According to your belief, can you lose salvation? Yes, we not believe that once saved, always saved. That's a very recent evangelical doctrine. Do you believe in post or prid? We don't believe in rapture. So all of that evangelical gibberish is rejected by our view. If you're interested in a deeper refutation, we just did a 4-hour live stream with Jim Bob, thoroughly going through everything in regard to dispensationalism and the rapture. So if you come over here to my community tab, if you scroll down to me and Jim Bob and Posh. Well, Posh has an interesting argument against dispensationalism. Where is it right? It'll eventually pop up. I guess it was before all this stuff. It's all Muslim stuff. These two debates kind of took over everything. Where is it at? Here it is. Dispensationalism, a brief history. That's a joke because it's 4 hours.
Sort of like this floating.
So if you want, who was that super chat? C3ROO, Seru. Here's your 4-hour full dismantling of everything dispensationalist. Rapture and all of it. Carlos, $3. Do saints intercede from our prayers in resurrected bodies? Well, they're not resurrected yet. So if you look at the book of Revelation, they're under the altar in that imagery, praying prior to the resurrection. So is the eschaton ongoing? Well, the eschaton invaded at the first advent, but it's consummated at the second advent. Kristen, $5. Can you sing Move On Up by Curtis Mayfield? I don't know that song. Is that like a Motown? Or is it like the Jeffersons? Well, we're moving on up, moving on up. Is that what you're talking about? Vry, $1. How do you debunk the Protestant belief in dispensationalism? This 4-hour live stream. Mulder, $3. Why is it every time I see you, you remind me of Magnum P.I.? Well, because I'm a handsome baby's Chad man, that's why. What else would it be? Let's see who's up next. Nathan McClure. There's like 20 people in here. Thank you all for those super chats. I want to remind you too, we do have a show sponsor, Chalk.com. If you are interested in the best in supplementation, head on over to Chalk and use the promo code J44LIFE. That's JY44LIFE to get 44% off all these great products. I recommend the Male Performance Male Vitality Stack right there for your regular gym attendance. You will be losing your mind with toxic masculinity. Were you to engage in utilizing Chalk and that promo code for this Male Performance Stack, JAY44LIFE, and you get 44% off that product right there. If you don't want the recurring subscriptions with the J44 Life, then you can use the promo code J40, JAY40, to get 40% off a one-time test. You don't have to buy the Male Performance Stack. You can buy the products individually. I recommend the Tonkat Ali, but there's also 7 Wonders. There's also the Action 2.0. If you're a lady, there's also the Ladies Female Vitality Stack right there. Irish Moss, She Legit, Ashwagandha. Again, that's J40 or J44LIFE to get a little more of a discount. That person dropped off. So let's see. Nas. We got rappers coming. Nas. What's up, Nas? Unmute.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
All right. So, I hope that you don't mute me and you don't kick me out when I'm going to give you a verse that is clear, showing that the Bible that you read today is corrupt. Right. So it's Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 79. It says, "Then who to those who write the book with their own hands, and then they say this is from God. To trumpet
Did you not?
with it."
We just covered this like 5 minutes ago.
No, well, you didn't.
What is verse? I did cover it 5 minutes ago. What does 78 say? What does 78 say?
79.
What does 78 say?
What do you mean? What does 78?
Oh my God! What does the verse before it say?
How about you tell me? Go on.
This is what we get. We just covered it. It says, among them are those who are illiterate and know nothing about the scriptures. How do illiterate people distort a thing that they can't read? It says that they distort it with their hands when they say, this is from Allah. So just like the other verse, they distort it with their tongues. Obviously, if they're illiterate, they can't corrupt the text. How does an illiterate person corrupt the text? And we did just cover it. You did not cover it. Yes, I did. Literally 5 minutes earlier. So notice, they're actually arguing that illiterate people are going in and corrupting and changing texts. Think how stupid this is. Illiterate people are corrupting the texts. Harper, what's up, man?
All right, so recently I was converted to Mormonism, and I was wondering if you had any advice on the obstacles this introduces in my search for an Orthodox man. Is this going to cause any major problems that they may mention? How could I counter that?
You can't counter it because you joined a cult. So what do you mean? No Orthodox person is going to marry you if they're faithful.
I mean, is that really true though? I feel like some of them could at least make an exception.
Are you trolling? Is this a joke?
No, I would not say I am.
You're giggling, so I don't believe you.
I'm a little nervous.
Mm-hmm. Why would you join Mormonism? It's based on Freemasonry. It's ridiculous.
It was not quite my choice.
So you're forced into Mormonism? I don't understand.
A little. It's hard to explain. It was mostly a family-based decision.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, maybe as you come of age, you can make your own choices, I guess.
I mean, I am of age. It's just that it was, I was forcefully baptized, and it would be hard to disconnect from that.
Forcibly baptized?
Yes.
Okay. It's a question I've never, nobody's ever posited this kind of a question.
Now you're giggling, so.
Now what?
Now you're giggling, so.
Well, I mean, I just, it sounded like you were joking at first because you were giggling, so I've never heard of this, so I don't know what to, I mean.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
I would say maybe you need to break away from your family. I mean, I hate to sound extreme, but I mean, if they're forcing you to be baptized into Mormonism, that sounds kind of like, that sounds like, I mean, should be something that you do willfully. This is bizarre to me that you would be forced.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it is kind of bizarre to from an outside perspective. But in the meantime, would this mean that I'd have to like stop for a second, just kind of lay low, or is this something?
All right, I feel like this is a joke. We're gonna move on. Shistani, what's up? That was a pretty funny troll.
Hey Jay, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Thanks for having me on. So I got two questions, but my first question is about multiplicity in God versus like a strict Unitarian interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
And what I like about the Trinity is that you can see in the created order how singular things have multiplicity.
Yeah, we've made this point. We've made this point many times. So in other words, there's nothing necessarily about unity that precludes also there being multiplicity.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say was, is there a possibility of, like, let's say in this Islamic sense of the Unitarian God, is there a possibility of there being a Unitarian God with this multiplicity that we see in the created order? Like, can that even exist?
I don't think they're going to have a coherent account. So, I mean, they tend to think that we won't be in the problems of a Trinitarian because we're not Trinitarian and we believe Allah is one. But then they're in the exact same boat when they're trying to give an account for the multiplicity in Allah. So they're in the same boat. It's just with a different. It's just with the attributes and Allah's essence, by the way. So. I don't know. I don't think there is a coherent account for that in a strict Unitarian way. And every time Unitarians try to give an account for it, they're really just in the same boat as everybody else. They just tend to ignore the issues. And also, it's not just a question of Allah and his attributes or the relationship of Allah to his essence and the attributes. It's also a question of the dissimilarity between Allah and creatures to even know any of that. So the problems tend to mount up. And we don't have that problem, for example, because we have the essence-energy distinction. So that's not an issue for our metaphysics. But they don't have any of that, so they're in the same boat, essentially, as the Thomist, where they're really only knowing the created effects. They're not knowing Allah himself.
Yeah, but would you say that the essence of God being a Trinity makes the created order makes more sense because of that?
The essence of God is not a Trinity. The essence of God is one, but it exists in the mode of the three persons that have it. So I wouldn't say the essence of God is a Trinity. The persons are three, and they're distinct from the essence, which is one. And what was your question? What was that again about creation?
Yeah, like, does that best explain why, singular things in the created order have multiplicity in them inherently?
Yeah, I think there's a relationship there. I don't know that it would necessarily. There's no one-to-one like correspondence. It's just that it's kind of an example of how we would say there's nothing inherently contradictory or problematic about something being one and also being more than one. And if that's admitted, then that doesn't allow the Muslim to just say from the outset that the Trinity is polytheism, because there's nothing inherently. I mean, they can say it's polytheism, but I'm saying that it's not logically or mathematically incoherent, right? You can say 1 times 1 times 1. What does that equal, right? Does that make the Trinity necessarily mathematically incoherent? Of course not. Musha.
Hello?
Yeah.
How you doing, Jay?
Good, what's up?
Very good. Yeah, I'm good. Can you show the verse from the chapter 2, verse 79, that you said that you explain it?
Yeah, it's right here. It's on the screen.
Okay, that's good.
It's on the
that's
screen.
good. Okay, let me check the YouTube channel, because I'm watching you on YouTube channel. Okay, so the thing that I want to say, just to explain it, you have to know that the verse before it says that illiterate people, they say what they think, what they wish, without knowing. They don't know. They are just saying. Then he moved it to people that who can write. It's not people that they don't know how to write. It's themselves that they are reading the book. No, that's a contradiction. Does not make sense. He moved it to people that they can write the book. Then they are read something.
Okay.
But it's not make sense.
Okay, so now then the Torah is corrupted. How are we supposed to confirm the Quran with the Torah?
You got there a verse that you said that they said to Muhammad that there is like the law of God in the Torah, right?
The what?
The law.
The law?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, don't many of the verses say that Allah revealed the Torah, not just the law?
Yeah, but there is like when Allah talks about He revealed the Torah, He talks about that time that He revealed the Torah. But right now, when He said you have like to do what is in the Torah, you have to see the reasons of that verse. Because the Jews comes to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and they ask him about like a man and a woman, they did adultery, and they ask them about the punishment. And this verse comes to them. That the verse says to these Jews, how do you can ask the Prophet and you don't believe in him, but the punishment about the adultery is there in your book, in the Torah.
Oh, so it's not corrupted. So it's not corrupted.
Allah knows this. Allah knows this is exactly. Is it in the Torah?
So wait a minute. Is it corrupt? I thought you said it was corrupted, but now it's not corrupted.
No, it's corrupt. Just listen to me. It's corrupt.
But you just cited a verse about punishing adulterers.
Yeah.
So it's not corrupted.
What do you think? Just listen to me. So I can explain it. When Allah talks about this verse exactly, He said to them, this punishment, if you believe in the Torah, it's in the Torah. Because this punishment, Allah knows that it exists.
Oh, so now it's relativistic. So now it's whatever the Jews do, that's for Jews, and now they don't have to come to Muhammad, right?
No, listen to me. Allah says exactly that the Torah, it's corrupted. But that doesn't mean that nothing in the Torah
Allah
is
says
true.
that it's corrupted and it's not corrupted. So that's the point. So what you're arguing now is that it's a contradiction.
The corruption is not mean that the whole book is corruption. No,
well, that's the thing. So it's only corrupted when it doesn't agree with the Quran, right?
Exactly.
So how could a 7th century Jew or Christian? Don't cut me off. How could a 7th century Jew or Christian confirm the Quran with what's corrupted?
I'm gonna just give you an example to confirm what.
How could a 7th century Jew or Christian confirm the Quran with what's corrupted?
Like, what do you mean? Can you repeat the question?
How could a 7th century Jew or Christian, based on all those other verses that I listed, confirm that the Quran is in continuity if the prior revelation is corrupted?
Because those Jews, they are Jews. They know what is in that Torah that corrupted. But Allah, as I said,
they know what's in the Torah that's corrupted. Do you see how stupid this is?
Just okay. I'm gonna explain it in a basically way.
Before we do this, can you restate what my argument is?
Just like excuse me, because I don't really understand English so much, So just excuse me.
So okay, well, just in a very simple, best you can way, can you restate what my argument is?
Like, you want me to repeat what your argument?
Please, right? I know you don't believe it, but restate what you think I'm arguing.
Okay, I'm gonna just explain in very basic way. When Islam says that the Torah and the Injil has been corrupted, that doesn't mean that the whole book
Can
is
you
corrupted.
state my argument?
Just hold on.
So
Just
he
let me
can't do
finish.
it.
Just let me finish, man. Let me finish.
No. Once again, absolutely incapable of restating an argument. Red pill. That's a good point. So he can't understand English except when it suits him. Just like the Quran confirms what came before when it suits the Quran to do so. Go ahead, Red Pill, unmute.
Hey, sorry. I literally just joined, so I don't know what the topic is. But if you have anything...
it's the giant bold text listed as the topic.
Okay. Maybe just let me listen for 5.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Shlomo. And by the way, I don't buy his argument that verse 79 and 78 are two totally different people. Because again, the other verse says they twisted with their tongues. It does not say the text is corrupted. It's parallel to the type of argument that's here, right? 370? So notice here, illiterate people distort it, right? And he's trying to say, well, this means that it is actually the scriptures that are corrupted because in verse 79, it's a different group of people from 78. But wait a minute, though. In 3, that would contradict what's in 3. Because in 3, what does it say about people who distort it? It says that those who trade Allah's covenant and oaths for fleeting gain will have no share in the hereafter. And then it says, there are some among them who distort the book with their tongues. And they make it say the distortion is from the book, but it is not from the book. So you notice his exegesis of the previous text contradicts 377 and 78. See that? That's why that doesn't work. So in order for him to say that it's corrupted, he contradicts 77 to 78. And again, we restate the hypothetical. The book of the Quran confirms what came before. How does it do that if what came before is corrupt? You see how silly this is? Yeah, man, go ahead. What's up? Unmute. Unmute. Slow-mo.
Thank you, Jay, for bringing the all constructed, surah. I am a Jew. A lot of times, discussion with, about Quran and Torah. What I saw in Quran, they just translated to a different way, but in Arabic, doesn't say it's corrupted.
Well, that's what I've heard. I can't read Arabic, but that's what I've heard.
Yes, I am Arabic. I came from Yemen. I'm a Jew and I speak Arabic. What the Quran says is the Jews interpret the word of the Torah of a different way.
Right.
Doesn't say is the Torah is corrupted.
Right.
The all people, the all Muslim world translated that the Torah corrupted. Because they want to make from the Torah is corrupted. That because if you go into the word doesn't say corrupted. It says يعني ينقضوا الكلام عن مواقعه. They change the name. How the word of the meaning.
Yes.
That means the Torah stays the same thing.
Yeah.
And the Quran says about what our but the problem is they translated the Quran like what they want. They want to make from the Jewish people they are not believing God. They are, kuffar. They are, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the Quran, even the Quran doesn't say that. And the proof, what you bring, what you bring, because some surahs speaks good about the Jewish people.
Yeah.
So how come? How come some of the Quran speaks good of the Jewish people, and some, I told them that the what speaks good about Israel, it's right, but the some source is speaking about the Jewish people bad, is speaking about the best Jewish people, but it's a very little people. Doesn't mean all Jewish people. It's a little bit. Well, it says in our Torah also. In our Torah it says about some little bit Jewish people do bad things. We are against that.
Yeah. I've heard that. I don't know a whole lot about the history of the Quran itself, but I've heard that part of the reason for what appears to be these contradictory statements about the people of the book is that it has to do with what phase Muhammad was in his campaigns and in his teaching. So early on, he had a very conciliatory approach, and then it progressed into these more, antithetical approaches. So that might also explain why at times the Quran seems to speak as if the Jews can be judged on what they have, Christians can be judged on what they have. Why do you care what they're up to? But then it turns around and says, oh, they're cursed and they hate God and all this kind of stuff. So I think it's just it's an inconsistent position. But yeah, thank you for that backing up from what the Arabic says. I appreciate that. That's what I've heard from other people who say that doesn't actually say the text is corrupt. And notice again in 78 is clearly saying that the distortion is not in the book. So if the other verse, the other surah was saying it's corrupted, then that just contradicts what's in 378. Because 378 says the distortion, they say it's from the book, it is not from the book. So that would just be another contradiction. Vril. I'm wondering too, this is my theory, but I'm not an expert on this. I think too, this is a book that you can kind of make it be what you want it to be at any time. So like some caliph in the Middle Ages, if he wanted to set up a, warring against the Christians scenario or against Jews, he could tell the followers using the text that say to go to fight against the polytheists, right? He could say, see, here's the text to tell you this. If there's another situation where Muslims are in a minority status, then they'll appeal to the text that, well, we're all people of the book and we all get along. So it's like, you use it, it's like a weapon. You use it when you need it to be whatever you need it to be. Go ahead, Vril, what's up?
Hey, J. Dyer. I've been a fan of this channel for a long time.
Of what?
What?
A fan of what? I couldn't hear you.
Of your videos.
Uh-huh.
I'm a big fan, but I just have to say that that you should accept the true Catholic Orthodox tradition, which is the Watchtower Society of Jehovah's Witnesses.
Okay, that's funny.
No, I'm being serious. I'm not a troll.
There's no such thing as the true Catholic. No Jehovah's Witness will call himself Catholic, so you're trolling. Red Pill, come back. What's up, man? He was trolling, but he couldn't say his O's. The true Catholic Jehovah's Witnesses Society, where we don't say the word, we don't pronounce our O's. What's up, Red Pill? Are you there? We can't hear you, man. Are you there? Are you speaking? Yeah, I can hear you now.
Are you sure? Hello?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Okay, cool. So there's been some stuff that's been discussed. I haven't listened to all of it, but one thing I really wanted to was that one verse from the New Testament, when that girl that was she came up to Jesus and she was like, hey, we need to have...
All right, you're not a serious caller. Caleb, what's up?
Hey, Jay. I just want to say that I was forcibly baptized into the Mormon Church, and I don't know how to get out. But for real, I appreciate all that you do. I have a couple questions on Catholicism, if that's all right. Is there any dogmatic documents that state that they accept the Aquinas position of absolute divine simplicity?
Well, prior to Aquinas, the Fourth Lateran Council accepts the Lombard definition of simplicity, which is very strict. It's an identity thesis version of divine simplicity. So even prior to, it's not really, I mean, Aquinas isn't really the issue. It's more so that they accept Lombard at the Fourth Lateran Council.
Okay, very cool.
And that's a really strict definition.
Sure. Okay, that's awesome. Is there also anything against the theophanies in the Old Testament that they have? Because I know you're super big on them, and I think they're super important. So is there anything that the Catholics have that is directly against that teaching?
Well, I mean, it's more so, like, rather than there being like a dogmatic statement, quote, there is no theophany, it's more so that after the acceptance of that doctrine of simplicity, which you'll have here in the Fourth Lateran Council, where they affirm Lombard's view, it's more so that later on people started to struggle with how it was possible. And so by the time of Aquinas, he outright rejects theophanies. So.
Okay. All right. Very cool.
So it's,
awesome.
it's more so the implications of the doctrine rather than like, where is the specific dogmatic statement, quote, there are no theophanies. You're not going to get that. You're just going to get like I can show you this. There's a paper that I've been sharing that's really good where it's a guy contrasting the Jewish theologian Summers' book versus Aquinas' view on the notion of theophanies. And so here's the paper. I recommend that it's let me pull it up. And for those who are curious, it has the multiple places where Aquinas explicitly rejects the theophanies. It's called Aquinas and Somer on God's Body by Richard Wilson. The paper is available at academia.edu. Now, the other thing I'll say, though, is that technically also, I'm not positive if it's dogmatic in Rome's view, but in the disputes with Acandinos and Barlium and Palamos, almost all the dispute ends up being about the theophanies and what we participate in. So that turns into a debate about the light of Tabor in Matthew 17. So that's the theophany debate. It's the same debate, right? Because Rome basically says throughout these disputes, it has to be a created light that is emanating from Jesus in the Transfiguration, because it cannot. Because in their view, it's either the divine essence or it's a creature. There's no middle position there. So Rome emphatically states over and over in this dispute that it's created, but I don't know if there's like a dogmatic statement that it is, except that. What's that?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. Something else popped on. But I mean, it's basically the necessary conclusion of the doctrine of their doctrine of simplicity. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. I've just been arguing with some of my Catholic friends on different things, and you know how they are with all their legalistic type stuff. Very Protestant in the way that they just need every reference for everything ever. So yeah, I was just curious about that, but yeah, I'll check those out.
Yeah. So the best critique of this Lombard position is Bradshaw's paper, Essence, Energy, What Kind of Distinction? It's about a 30-page paper, and that's Bradshaw's argument proving it that the energies doctrine is obviously not what's being taught by Lombard in the Fourth Lateran Council. And it's also Bradshaw's defense of the distinction being, quote, real, or as the same as equal to the persons. And then I would read this summer paper as well, because it'll show you their position. Now, if you want even further, the Norman Russell book here on the Palamite synods, it has all the Palamite synods in it, and over and over and over, it ends up being them arguing about the Light of Tabor. So, which is basically the same as the Theophany, same argument. Damacetic. And the essence, energy, what kind of distinction is in the Bradshaw book that just came out. I mean, it was a paper going around for a long time, but now it's published in the book. Whatever Bradshaw's new book is, I forget the name of it. This one. Divine actions, divine energies, and divine action. So the paper is in there. If you just want the paper, it's still available here. Essence, energy, what kind of distinction? You can find it online. But the Lombard definition here in Fourth Lateran Council basically reduces God to essence. So it's a pretty strict each of the three persons is that one reality. That is to say, the essence. So it's a pretty strict reducing a person to essence, which is not the Orthodox view. We always stress the nature-person distinction. What's up, man?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, continuing along the Roman Catholic vein just for a sec here. I've heard some arguments. I'm Orthodox myself, but I've heard some arguments about Sacred Heart being not even Nestorian, but also anti-Nestorian, because they try to say that, well, we're just the ones creating divisions, and that, you know, the heart is just part of Jesus. So
this is a devotion that specifically comes out of the Roman Catholic Church. Why do we want to do Roman Catholic devotions, especially when the Sacred Heart comes from, isn't it from that crazy woman carving into her chest?
I believe so.
Okay, that's delusion. We don't want the devotions of some lunatic woman self-harming and carving Jesus' name into her chest. This is retarded. And by the way, the canons of Ephesus are clear that no, you can't divide up the adoration. You have to give to Christ a whole adoration. There's no parts of adoration. So from the outset, no, it's not possible from the outset.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great question. Let me find that. It's not the canons. It's the it's like the condemnations of Ephesus. Here we go. The anathemas of Ephesus. Yeah, here we go. 12 anathemas. Anathema 3. If anyone divides in the one Christ the hypostases after the union, joining them by a conjunction of dignity or authority, and not rather by coming together, let him be anathema. There's another one about the adoration that has to be given to the whole Christ. Yeah, so if anyone dares say that assumed man should be worshipped, they're going to say, we don't say that. It doesn't matter, because you still have to give one worship and one veneration to the whole Christ. So to give adoration and directing of worship towards the Sacred Heart, which comes from a lunatic Roman Catholic delusional woman, clearly violates the one adoration that's given to the whole Christ. It's just silly. And this is why we did a whole video on this. And I put it on my clips channel. So here's this to remind you guys. Let's go pull this up for you. And I said, what about breakfast at Tiffany's? So this is where it comes from. This woman who is cutting her chest, hurting herself, Margaret Mary Alacoque. And by affirming this, you're inadvertently or secondarily affirming the Roman Catholic revelation to this lunatic woman. Why would we do that? This is so stupid. I mean, this alone should tell you all this, like, Western right stuff is ridiculous. Vanilla?
Jay, you heard me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I don't know if this is an off-topic question, because I don't know if I'm early or late, but I just want to know, like, what is good and bad about Pentecostal?
Well, I mean, most Pentecostal, well, I shouldn't say that. Many Pentecostals are anti-Trinitarian, so they don't have basic Christian theology correct. Beyond that, it really is a substitute for the authentic liturgical worship of God. Beyond that, it really makes you rely on the up and down roller coaster of emotions rather than the true, holy, perfect, ordered worship that God demands throughout the whole history of the church. The church condemned Montanism, which was the charismaticism of the early centuries. So, I mean, that's pretty much it. There is no... it's just totally invalid. Michael August. Kyle G said, I was the Roman Catholic who called in earlier. I read Lumen Gentium 16, Nostra Aetate 3 and 4. I cannot accept this. Well, I'm glad that you have the discernment to realize that you can't accept that. I don't know how to continue my walk in this church. These are lousy documents. That's why it's time to start looking elsewhere. Super Meat Boa, $10. Hi, do you have a position, or does Orthodox have a position on hylomorphism? Well, I mean, if you mean is man, in a simple sense, is man, body, and soul, Mark of Ephesus says that, but we wouldn't have like a strict Aristotelian doctrine, because in that view, it's ambiguous as to whether the soul continues after death. So, you know, when Aristotle says it, when the body dies, there's no soul continuing on because the form of the body is gone, right? But the body's gone, the soul is the form of the body, it's gone. So there's nothing to hold the form there. The body is gone, so the soul has nothing to inform. So the strict Aristotelian view would lead to annihilationism. But if you just mean body and soul, that's fine. But also, again, it just depends on how strict you take it. So no, not the strict Aristotelian definition. Tenublet, $5. Do not forget Wilson dilemma. Is this Andrews? Either Muhammad mounted someone young and harmed her, or a child because he had a small member. That is what Andrew's contentious challenge was. SLID, on and on, $5. If in your worldview, if the Trinity is logically necessary, or do you believe the Trinity is because God is revealed that way? Well, first and foremost, it just rests on revelation. We only know about God or how he is by what he's revealed. The Trinity is the grounding of logic, but I don't know if I would say that. I would say that tag points to the Trinity being the grounding. But if I say, is the Trinity logically necessary, that seems to reduce God to like a logical formula, which isn't how we would view it. Christ is King, $5. Is there an official statement on if Jesus... Okay, this is somebody being blasphemous. I'm not going to read it. Alula, $5. I enjoyed the long weekend. Not with me, but they're just saying they enjoyed the long weekend. Keep up the good work. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed your weekend. Thomas, $50. Recently, I was baptized into the Orthodox Church. It wasn't hard finding this church when I Googled who founded the Orthodox Church. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's one simple way to go about it. I think a lot of people wouldn't accept Google's answer per se, but Colin. Y'all having fun tonight?
Hey, what's up?
Yes, sir.
This Western right guy has been coming up in my YouTube algorithm, and I'm still like early on the journey. I've just been reading a few Meyendorff books.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any good place to start to just figure out? I'm not really interested in the Western right stuff, but just to learn more about it, see like where they come from, what are they about.
Well, I mean, it's not really about the right. Ironically, it's about the theology of the West is the issue. It has nothing to do really with the liturgy. It's just about the tendency that people want to resurrect Augustinianism, Augustinian original sin, Augustinian views of grace, Sacred Heart, all this stuff that has nothing to do with Orthodox theology. We don't need any of that. The church did not accept those things. And that's why I did a whole 3-hour live stream on this topic. So people can go watch my live stream. Augustine, Original Sin. Okay, is that it?
Yeah, thanks, man. God bless.
And again, I mean, every catechetical text that's normative in the Orthodox Church that everybody uses says what I say. Reject all these things. Go, the Pomazansky book. We don't believe in Augustinian original sin. We don't believe in these Latin views of this and that. Like, it's just, people think that it's their duty when they convert to then save the Orthodox Church and resurrect Charlemagne and all this nonsense. Jim, what's up? I'm sorry, Michael, August, did you want to go or did you already go?
No, Jay, I haven't gone.
Okay, Michael and then Jim.
So, I came across you after watching the moon.
Jim, can you mute? It's really loud wind. Jim, can you mute, please? Go ahead.
Okay. So I came across you with the Shams Moon debate, and then I watched it, and so I don't really know what to ask because my father was a Roman Catholic, and I was born Roman Catholic. My fiance is actually a Serbian Orthodox, or at least her family is. So I guess my question to you...
Bro, I asked you to mute. What are you doing, man? So annoying. Go ahead.
Sorry. So the question to you is, so you talked about the Eucharist. Like I said, it's not going to be very philosophical. But you talked about the Eucharist and communion. I know a lot about the Eucharist. Like I said, I learned a lot just listening to you. So is there a difference between the Eucharist and communion? Like, for instance, the church I go to, we take communion. And then I know there's transubstantiation in the Catholic Church, and I did my research on that after listening to you. But when I pulled up an article, it said that they're kind of the same thing, but I don't know if it falls within
Well, I mean, technically, the Roman Catholic Church professes to believe in the real presence, but the difference is that their theology of the real presence is not very consistent or coherent, given the fact that there's no energies doctrine. In the Orthodox view, the energies are what transform and change and make us partakers of Christ's divinity. So St. Cyril says that the uncreated energies, the uncreated immortality, transforms the bread and the wine into the flesh and blood of the God-man. And so what you're partaking of is a deified flesh of Christ that is only possible if there's an energies doctrine. In the Roman Catholic view, they believe that it is body, blood, soul, and, quote, divinity, but when you ask them what the divinity is, they don't know. It's a created divine substance or grace or whatever, and Ott actually says it's a actual created substance. Well, there's no such thing as created God, so that doesn't work. Jim, you want to try again? Jim. Mustafa Mond. They all just drop off as soon as I bring them on. Thank you guys for the support. You can support the stream via, let's see, Corliss pops up. What's up, man? By the way, we had at one point 1,500 people in here, I think, today. 1,400, 1,500. What's up, Corliss? Unmute.
Hey, what's up, guys? So, I'm a father and a grandfather, and I've been down this rabbit hole. My family's been in the U.S. for 400 years, back when they were Puritans and separatists, which became Baptists. Went through the whole government when the majority was Baptist. Now it's been taken over by Catholics. They have the majority in the Congress, the Supreme Court, and, of course, the president. I'm not a Christian. One thing I appreciate about the Baptists is they let you find your own way. They give you a Bible. They say, here, check it out. You can decide if you're going to be baptized. Catholics, they baptize you when you're a baby. I made the effort to actually read all the translations for all these different sects of Christianity, because I was like, what am I going to teach my sons? What am I going to teach my grandsons? What is the truth?
Translations of what? The Bible? What are you talking about?
Yeah, the Bible, the New Testament, the Old Testament, and
you read all of the translations.
For Catholic product, the ones in your debate, the ones in your header. Okay. Evangelical, Protestant.
You read the Islamic?
Catholic.
You read the Islamic translation of the Bible too?
No, there is no Islamic.
I'm making a joke, man. I'm making a joke.
All right, all right. No, I take this very seriously. I don't joke about this. Basically, what I learned on my own. This is my opinion.
Well, hold on. You take it very seriously, but you're not a Christian. What do you mean? Why do you take it seriously? You're not even involved in it.
Because I believe in God.
What God?
And if you let me finish, you don't have to agree with what I'm saying. You can do your own research, get other sources.
I'm just asking you a question. I'm not letting you finish. I'm just asking you questions.
What I'm about to say, what I'm about to contribute, is going to answer that question.
Okay.
About when there's an interruption, continuity is lost.
I can ask you questions. You're on my stream, so go ahead.
All right. I'm just letting you know continuity is lost when there's interruptions, especially with something as deep as this. I'm going over everything. Okay. And basically the truth that I found is that, Jesus was quoted as saying, worship God alone. And God is one God. Okay. And if you go to the book of Acts, I believe it's chapter 12, the disciples referenced the Noahide laws, which were the universal laws that the rabbis were supposed to teach to the nations, and they didn't. Because even to this day, the Orthodox Jews, which make about 10% of the actual Jews, say there isn't supposed to be any new religion. There's only supposed to be one religion.
That's why we appeal to the Old Testament as teaching the Trinity. So you're way confused. And by the way, Jesus says multiple times that he's God. So what are you talking about?
Jesus doesn't say he's God.
Of course he does.
Quote.
Yes, he does. He says it many times. The entire Gospel of John, every chapter refers to the deity of Christ or the Trinity.
You can quote Jesus as saying, worship God alone. He said that, quote unquote.
Yeah, do you think that's the only text that's in the Bible? Do you think there's like dozens of other passages in the Gospel of John where he's also referred to as God?
Well, first of all, I don't recognize the Greek scriptures as authentic. Okay.
Well, but you just cited the Greek scripture when you said that Jesus said to worship God alone.
That's right. For your reference, okay? That's
why are you citing? But you don't accept it. So why are you citing it?
For your benefit, because
Well, then it doesn't work to prove your case if you don't accept it.
Well, it does, because I haven't finished. It hasn't come to its conclusion.
Well, you're not making coherent arguments. So maybe if you make coherent arguments, then where you're going.
I'm not making an argument. I'm stating fact, and you're interrupting it because you don't want people to learn the facts. People can think for themselves and they can read.
You're not themselves. You're way deluded on your capabilities and what you know.
You don't even know what I'm talking about in the book of Acts.
Because what you're talking about is not even relevant and not even coherent. You don't even know what you're saying.
Of course it is relevant, and it's relevant to Islam. You're doing a one-sided argument where you're not even open to dialogue. You sound like a Zionist.
I'm not open to dialogue. I let you talk and say things, and then I interject a couple questions, and you're freaking out. So what do you mean?
No, you're saying I'm confused. You're insulting.
You are confused.
Like a Zionist. No, I'm not.
That's
confused.
a fallacy. That's an ad hominem. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if I was a Zionist or not.
It does, because the majority
that's
of
a fallacy.
Zionists are
What do you know what an ad hominem fallacy is?
Listen.
Do you know what an ad hominem fallacy is?
Zionists are Christians like you.
I'm not a Zionist Christian, dummy. Do you know what a fallacy is?
You sound like a Zionist.
I don't care. That's a fallacy. Even if I was, it wouldn't matter. It's an ad hominem. Do you know what that is?
Do you really think anybody listening to you respects the way you're talking right now?
You're not making coherent arguments. That's why I don't respect what you're saying. No, you're not.
Of course I am. If I wasn't, then why would
You're
you
citing
just drop me?
you're citing texts that you don't even believe
You're a fraud.
in. What?
You're a fraud.
How am I
You're a fraud.
How?
Because you would have dropped me if I was wasting your time making an incoherent argument.
No, the
If I
whole
was on here, blah, blah,
now
blah,
you're
blah, blah.
now you're entertaining, so I'm leaving you here. So that's why it's I don't have a problem with you
Okay, well,
talking.
anybody can go look. Most people don't even know that the New Testament was originally written in Greek, but the Greek Orthodox Church isn't even the authority on it because the
We're
Roman
all
Catholic
Orthodox
Church,
here. We all know very well that it's written in Greek.
Everyone listening is Orthodox. You know who all your
All the
listeners
people in
are.
my circles, dude.
I don't care about your circles. I
Well,
care
you're
about
on
everybody
my
listening.
stream. That's why I'm talking about it. I care about my circles, and we're Orthodox.
Right, I care about the stream. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So the Orthodox Church failed. The majority of Christians are Catholic, and
Oh, so wait. So
You don't
number.
even-
So hold on. You're not Catholic. So now numbers prove something. How does numbers prove something right? That's a fallacy.
well, doesn't your scripture say if it's not from God, it won't succeed?
Well, that doesn't
That's
necessarily.
verse.
That doesn't translate into numbers.
Of course it does.
No, it
It's
doesn't.
one of the blessings of Abraham to have children. You're just pulling up any argument you can
No, you're,
with no
dude. You're
scriptural
not. You don't
reference,
even
and I'm
know.
using scripture-
You're not
I'm
even on the
using
right
scriptural-
planet, dude.
You
want to make
You
this?
can't even use a scriptural reference. For
I
anything you're
already
saying,
did.
because
And
you're just full of insults.
You
saying
said
dummy
because you're
this,
too stupid. Because
confuse that,
because the
and I'm
text I
stupid
went
that.
to. Yeah, the text I went to. You said I don't recognize
How are you
those.
Orthodox
All right.
with a last name like Dyer?
Oh, this is so stupid, dude. You're not even relevant.
Dude. Obviously, you're space.
This is an idiot. Wow. Omar, what's up? So being Orthodox is dependent upon your ethnicity and your last name. This is so stupid. Like it's so dumb. I can't even handle it.
Wait, hello?
Yep.
I just have one question about tag. How exactly is the first premise justified?
It's a meta level argument. It's not going to be justified like an average first order argument.
Wait, could you
address that a million times? Jim, try again. Jim, why do you keep coming on here? Alright, I'm just blocking this dude. It's getting on my nerves. John Doe. This is getting fun. I love it when the schizos call in. That's when it gets entertaining. It's only entertaining, though, when the schizo will, interact, though. When he just yaps and doesn't shut up. Go ahead.
So, curious, what does the Islamic faith say about Jesus and Mary? Because I read online they also believe that Jesus is the Messiah and Mary had the virgin birth and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So just curious to that line of religion.
Why do they say that? I mean, it's not consistent, but they say that. So there's no consistent, coherent explanation as to what a Messiah is, because Messiah means the anointed one, has to do with Hebrew prophecy. The Koran is not aware of that, and so they just call Isa the Messiah with no context and no significance, just what he's called. Well, then why is he born of a virgin? He just is. So again, they don't understand the theological context from which all of these terms and names and stories are derived, and so it's just arbitrary. This is why I asked Daniel, I'm like, why do you have these ceremonial things continued into to Islam with no significance? He says, just because Allah says so. But so there's no context or significance to the things. That's the point I was trying to make. Freestyle.
Yes, hello, Dyer. Can you hear me? I just have a question. I'm not here to debate. Who do you think is more heretical, the Protestants or the Catholics?
It's really no different.
So you would say they're the same, equally as bad?
Pretty much. I mean, it only takes one heresy, so.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Kaon. I really wanted to go back and forth with that guy, but he wouldn't shut up. He wouldn't let you talk, so. Keon, unmute.
Yeah, thanks, Jay, for the mic. It's actually my first time speaking in your spaces. I had a question because I've been doing research in religion in general lately, and I found some interesting stuff. Like when it comes to Abrahamic religions, we understand that at the end of the day, the God is the same, right? Which is Yahweh.
No, it's not. Totally not.
Well, I mean, in the Hebrew Bible, we know it's Yahweh. So for the
you think Muslims believe? They don't believe that. Muslims say that Allah has no sons. So I mean, even the Jews believe that God is a father. So right there, that tells you it's not the same God.
Right, but okay. I mean, it's different interpretations, but
no, it's different theological traditions, which mean that it's not the same God. The devotion to Jesus' heart goes back to St. John. No, it doesn't. No, Sacred Heart. Oh my gosh. This guy thinks Sacred Heart is patristic. Imagine being this stupid. It goes back to the Gospel of John. This is the Roman Catholic, the tier of Roman Catholics that we have to deal with. Oh my gosh. I wish that guy would come debate. Where's he at? He actually thinks Sacred Heart goes back to John the Baptist. Unbelievable. Or, excuse me, John the Theologian. Well, now there's like 1 million people trying to get in here. Yatani.
Good question, Jay. How many persons in the word he?
What?
How many persons in the word he?
He refers to one.
How can you extrapolate multiple persons?
Because there's more than one he.
There is more than one he?
Yeah, have you read the Gospel of John?
Yes.
Okay, what does Jesus say about the Comforter? He will come. How many he's is that?
That's one, exactly. How do you extrapolate 3 or 2? Or
Who's
4
Jesus? Jesus is a he, the Spirit is a he, and the Father sends the Spirit. That's 3 he's.
Right. So how many he's?
So 3 he's.
Exactly. So in one he, in one man, you can only say one person.
All right.
How do you extrapolate multiple persons?
I just answered your question, you idiot. Station to station. Unmute. Station to station. Unmute.
Hey, can you hear me well?
Uh-huh.
Okay, yes, a quick question. What is the contribution, do you think, from the Greek and Roman mythology? And also could be as well not the barbarians, but Northern European.
Nothing to do. We're not talking about Greek and Roman barbarian mythology today. It's not in the topics, bro. How many he's? Let's see. I have many things to say to you. Jesus is the one he that's speaking there. However, when he, the Spirit of truth, that's the second he. And then he says, all that the Father has are mine. Father's another he. 3 he's. Dude, I'm not interested in talking about Roman barbarians, bro. The topics are listed. Nigoi.
Hey Jay, how are you? Thank you for accepting. I'm fairly new to your content and have been going through a bunch of your stuff and appreciate your work that you put in. My question is more so, I've come from a Muslim background through my family. It's not like I actually recited the initiation to Islam, but I've kind of let it go in my past. And I've ventured off through different kind of stuff, sort of similar to how you described your interest, like via more esoteric stuff, whether it was mysticism or occult, just out of curiosity, not as something that I prescribe, like self-prescribed.
Okay.
And as you've covered a lot of Jung, well, not so much a lot of Jung, but you've covered some Jung in your work that you've posted on YouTube and stuff. And Jung, for one, is somebody that I've been sort of dabbling and reading about, and I find very peculiar and interesting, as a lot of the things that he speaks about seems to, maybe I'm misunderstanding to a large degree from your perspective, but there seems to be some corollaries between Christianity and what Jung teaches in his like analytical psych.
I mean, there's some overlap, but I mean, Carl Jung says that Jesus is Antichrist. I mean, it's that stupid. So no, that's crazy. I mean, yeah, there's some insights when it comes to, you know, archetypes and all this kind of stuff. But you can watch these videos right here. Jay Dyer's critique of Carl Jung, and then my debate with a Jungian who had a meltdown, which is pretty entertaining. So you could go check those out for the specific areas where I would critique that. Let's see who we got next. John Doe. We need a real schizo debater here to kind of even this out and make it entertaining. One guy wouldn't let me get a word in.
So I was doing some research online and I came across the fact that there's a chapter called Mary in the Koran. Have you read that chapter?
Yeah.
And what's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think it's one of the chapters with like theological errors, like Zechariah is mentioned, right? And then it talks about the virgin birth, which again, there's no reason why Jesus would be born of a virgin in the Islamic context. He just is. So, I mean, that's what comes to mind off the top of my head. What about it?
I was just curious.
Is it 19? Yeah, it's 19. Jesus is said to be, quote, a sign for all mankind. To do what? For what? Miriam is the sister of Moses, but here she's mentioned. Zechariah is mentioned, I think. I mean, these are like kind of famous critiques from chapter 19.
Yeah, I just find it kind of fascinating that the Quran would have, a chapter, after the name of Mary. I think she's kind of revered and Jesus is seen as the Messiah. It seems like there's a lot of parallels and overlap with Christianity.
Well, it is, because the religion is a copy and paste job from Nestorian and Arian versions of Christianity. So absolutely. Sharif? You gotta unmute.
Yeah, hi. Jay, I had a question for you. So when you're explaining the number of wills in the triad, you had mentioned that, you divide the wills according to nature. Therefore, Christ has two wills because he has a human nature and a divine nature. But then, the divine will is one because you're dividing according to natures. But how do we extend that to the concept of hypostases for humanity? So there's obviously many instantiations of the human ousia, but we don't all have one will. So how come that same model does not apply to the Trinity? Thank you.
Well, it does apply to the Trinity, but it's a distinction between the will in itself and the mode of willing, which is hypostatic. So will is a property or a feature of nature, and that's, as you correctly said, why there's one will in God and two wills in Christ, because he's one divine person with two natures, hence two wills. So we know will is a property of nature, and we know that God doesn't have three wills because there's one nature of the Godhead. So if you look at when Maximus talks about tropoi, the tropos, this is when he's talking about mode. It comes up in the dispute with Pyrrhus. If you read Disputation with Pyrrhus, or if you read Free Choice in St. Maximus chapter 5, all of that is devoted to distinguishing the will considered in itself and the mode of willing, which is hypostatic. And so a lot of times Roman Catholics, for example, will collapse these two and confuse these, or maybe I should say, not Roman Catholics. A lot of times Protestants, the ones that argue for like three wills, I think if I recall Hasker, that Dr. Branson refutes. Hasker has this position that willing is hypostatic in terms of the grounding. But if that was the case, there would be three wills in God, which I think he argues for. But we don't think that that's the basis for the distinction between the mode and the nature. Hopefully that helps. But if you want a actual chapter on that, Free Choice in St. Maximus chapter 5. I think that PDF, you can find it online. Jim. Another Jim.
Hello?
Uh-huh.
Hey, that was me earlier that you blocked. Okay, my mic wasn't working.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Because you unblocked me, I wasn't trolling. So I'll ask my question.
Okay. Yeah, I'll unblock you.
Thank you. So my question is regarding the creed, how in the Catholic creed, or not the Catholic creed, how we say the creed, we say proceeds from the Father and the Son, and then in the Orthodox faith they say just the Son. Could you just explain where that comes from and what that means?
No, you mean just the Father.
Or just the Father, sorry, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the Filioque dispute. So the Latin Church accepted the doctrine of the Filioque dogmatically at the Council of Lyons and the Council of Florence. The Orthodox Church dogmatically rejected that at the Palamite Synods.
Okay, that makes sense. And then when it means like proceeds, what does that word entail? Like, what does that exactly mean?
Well, for us, procession is the thing that marks out the Spirit. That's his hypostatic property, that he proceeds from the Father. The Son, his hypostatic property is to be generated. Basil says that there is a distinction. We know to be the case. What the distinction is, we do not know, but we accept it because it's revealed that way. Roman Catholicism pretty much collapses and confuses all these different levels, so to speak, in Trinitarian theology. They confuse the economia with the intertrinitarian life. They confuse the movement of the persons and the energies with hypostatic origin. So over and over and over, Roman Catholicism is just kind of always collapsing these things that for Orthodox theology are necessary distinctions. Theophilus.
Hey, Jay, do you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I just want to say it's great. I think you and a lot of Orthodox Christians have been really stepped up the game in polemics against Islam and just crushing it lately. And I just want to... Sorry, do you hear me?
I said, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and I don't know, how far have you gone into, like, reading Salafi source materials? Like, have you read Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab?
No, I've only read Ibn Taymiyyah's book on the oneness of God and that 400-page book that just came out on Ibn Taymiyyah's theology. That's all I've read.
Okay. I think you should read. There's a book called Kitab al-Tawhid. I'm not saying it's good, but it's a lot of ammunition there. Because, like,
yeah, I definitely will get that. What's it called?
Kitab al-Tawhid, meaning Book of Monotheism. Because Salafis will always say that, like, Tawhid is so simple, everyone gets it.
Yeah.
But their scholars are the ones who are constantly saying that most Muslims don't understand it, and most Muslims are actually polytheists.
Oh, yes.
Like, that's like the core idea of Salafism. It's called Salafism because it means, like, let's go back to the Salaf.
Yeah, the early righteous, right?
They understood Tawhid. After that, everyone sort of forgot what Tawhid means. So it's a very self-refuting position for them to take.
Oh, that's a good point, right? If Islam is the clear, simple religion for all the world, why do we have to go back to the original thing that was forgotten?
Yeah, exactly. And Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab says many times very explicitly that he says, nobody in the land of Arabia before me, even my own teachers, understood Tawhid. And if anyone who said they understood the meaning of La ilaha illallah, meaning there's no other God, then he's a liar. And I swear to God that he will be punished for his lies.
Well, but Daniel said that Islam is true because it's simple.
Yeah, and it's hilarious because, like, the people he's talking about who didn't understand Tawhid, they were like, I mean, they...
Are you there? You cut out. We can't hear you. We'll try to come back and we'll see if we can hear you. Sharif, did you want to comment on that? About
Yep, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you, Jay. So I had a different question about Christology. So my understanding of the Neo-Chalcedonian position is that Christ's human nature is an hypostaton, right? That subsists in the divine hypostasis of the Logos. Is that a correct
absolutely
definition?
Yes. Correct.
Okay, so my question to you then, doesn't that imply change in the divine hypostasis of the Logos? Because at time t equals 0,
it doesn't.
like anything...
It doesn't. It means change. It means non-substantial change. When Maximus says that, he doesn't mean absolutely no change. He means no change in terms of substance.
But if there is a set of properties that didn't subsist in the hypostasis prior to the incarnation, and then they subsist after the incarnation, doesn't that mean that there is a change? By the way, this is like a genuine question.
No.
I'm trying to steal my position.
No, that's fine. No. The divine subject, the divine person, is the only subject. The human nature has no. There is no human hypostasis in Christ.
Right. I understood. Yes, okay. Understood. Yep.
So the divine person underwent no change substantially in assuming a new nature. It doesn't mean he underwent absolutely no change at all. It means that he underwent no substantial change. He didn't become something. He didn't become different than being divine, because the divine nature is impassible. So all that means is a guarding of the impassibility of the divine nature and a guarding of the only subject is the Son.
So. But help me understand, right? Because my understanding is that Neo-Chalcedonianism rejects kind of the Cyrillian and Ephesus.
No, this is the teaching. No.
Hang on 1 second. Just give
me.
Well,
what you said is
you can argue back.
Hold on.
It's fine. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
What you said is crucial in terms of the Fifth Council. So the Fifth Council is reaffirming and rejecting. The Fifth Council is affirming that you have to read Chalcedon in a Cyrillian way.
Okay. And what I was going to say specifically is, if you look at the third anathema of St. Cyril and of the canons of Ephesus 4:31, it says you shall not divide the hypostases after the union, referring to the fact that the hypostatic union is a union of two hypostases, and of course, like, there is no subject in the human flesh. And
so
soul of Christ,
the usage, the significance of hypostasis changes after that time. It becomes more precise, and this is not arbitrary. It's from Basil and the Cappadocians. They're more precise about hypostasis meaning the subject and not just an instantiated nature. So the reason Cyril was speaking that way is that he was using the Nicene usage of hypostasis, right? So if you go to Nicaea, it's using hypostasis for an incarnated nature. But after Basil and after Chalcedon, this gets more precise in our view to mean the subject that has the nature, not just an instantiated nature.
Is that in Epistle 38, the one that St. Gregory wrote, but is attributed to St. Basil?
That's one place where it begins, but person as subject gets specified in the Fifth Council explicitly for us. So this is what in hypostatized comes to mean And that's why the Fifth Council under Justinian specifically states that you have to say that the human nature is in hypostaton, and the only subject is the same subject as before the incarnation.
So if it's an hypostaton, is it, I mean, so hypostasis, from my understanding, is it's a concretely subsisting entity, right? So, you know, Christ's human body and his human soul subsisted in reality. So can you explain then the difference between...
No, it becomes specifically subject after this point, or agent. That's what I'm trying to say. It becomes specified to not merely be an instantiated nature, but the subject or the agent that has the nature.
Okay, I'm going to have to read more into that, but thank you for your help.
I can tell you where to go to see the position on this, okay? So, first of all, I would say if you... The PDF is available, free choice in St. Maximus, okay? Chapter 5 is what answers your previous question about the psychology of willing in Christ. And then it gets into the distinction between the will considered in itself and the mode of willing, which is via the person. Separate from that, the book, the Christology, it's Kenneth Vesha's book. Let me pull it up. Person Nature of Christ in the Christology of St. Justinian the Emperor by Kenneth Vesha. And it answers this. Then there's a paper that I recommend. It just came out from St. Vladimir's Quarterly. Let me pull it up. The paper is called Hypostasis and in Hypostatos in Neo-Chalcedonian Christology. That's also an important paper in regard to this.
Okay, perfect.
I'll send you this. How's that?
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Jay. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, those are great questions. Also, a good book on this, other than the Kenneth Vesha book, which is called On the Person of Christ, which is dealing with your questions there. That one. Let's see. There's another paper that's good called Hypostatized in the Logos. I'll pull that one up as well.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate this.
Mm-hmm. No, those are great questions, and I didn't mean to be too argumentative. It's just that that's a topic that's very heavy, I guess you could say, in terms of stuff we dealt with in the last few years. But great questions. Tribe called Jake.
Jay, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Hey, man, appreciate you. Appreciate all the work you're doing. I noticed in the last couple months, you've been hitting it heavy with Islam. I really appreciate that. And so my question comes from kind of understanding the attributes kind of argument that you make against Islam when they claim that it's monotheistic. And so you ask them about the 99 attributes. It's probably just me being a slow boy. But I feel like when you're asking if they're distinct from Allah and they say they're attributes, they're used to describe him, I don't understand how that is a bad argument.
No, but it's not an answer, because it's a test to see if they know their own history, because they should know that this is a dispute in the first few centuries of Islam that led to bloodshed. And as Jake and all the Salafis point out, you're supposed to believe that these are really distinct things, okay?
Sure.
And if you watch the debate between Jake and Dr. Bo Branson, the whole debate is over that. So it really depends on how they answer the question in terms of where I would go in that argument. But it doesn't make sense. Let's forget the attributes. Let's just say the uncreated foot.
Okay.
How does Allah have an uncreated foot that's nothing like human feet that is distinct from his essence? And you're a monotheist.
It's distinct from his essence?
Yes, that's their view. Did you not hear my debate with Jake?
I heard your debate with Jake. Yeah.
Well, did he not say that?
I believe he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm just trying to better understand the argument. That's all.
So the point is that everybody's going to have to account for multiplicity in God. And when they say, well, you're a Trinitarian, so you're a polytheist. Okay, well, how are, as Sam Shamoon points out, the surahs of the Quran going to intercede for you on the Day of Judgment? How does Allah have a shin and a foot? That's not his essence.
Interesting. Okay, but so then what you're saying is that the whole attributes thing is just a total farce, because the way that I look at it is there are many attributes to describe me, to describe you, probably.
But that's why I said you can't use that analogy, because you're a creature with parts. Allah doesn't have parts. I mean, something that has parts is composite. I thought Allah was one. How can he have the features of being created, which is to have parts? Creatures are composite. Allah's not made of parts. Nobody put him together in parts. And by the way, think about how stupid it would. I'm not saying you, but how stupid it would be to say to say Allah has parts. Oh, okay. So is one part half God, the other part half God? How is there 50% of God?
Interesting.
I thought Allah was one and simple. How does he have parts?
Of course, yeah. I mean, those are really great points. I think I understand the argument.
Now, if you want a specific book, I mean, I've referenced the book many times, which, I mean, a lot of Islam will call Jake an anthropomorphic heretic. So Jake, Daniel, the Salafi crew would be considered anthropomorphic heretics by these other people. You see what I'm saying? Because they're saying that Allah has body parts. Well, how is he simple in one if he has body parts?
Well, doesn't Jesus Christ have body parts? That's probably a really low tier response, but I'm just trying to, like I said, understand. But Jesus Christ has body parts, but we know that.
Well, Jesus has body parts according to his human nature. They don't believe in the incarnation, so that's you can't judge us by their system and their claims.
Yes, you're right. That makes sense.
Right. So, for example, this book is a book doing nothing but critiquing all the Salafi and calling them idolaters, because you're saying that God has body parts. You're likening him to creatures. It's called the anthropomorphic heresy, and that's why I brought it up, because they should know that they've had centuries, and it's an ongoing dispute. Like, they call each other heretics, but they act like Islam is united in teaching that God is one. And then they'll play these word games where they'll say, well, but we believe he's verbally one. Okay, yeah, but what does that mean?
Right, define the terms. So there's no way that you can describe the Trinity in any way as something likened to a creature.
No,
we don't.
No, we don't have a problem doing that. It's their system that says Allah is nothing like creation. We don't say that.
Got you. Right. Okay. Well, hey, thank you, Jay. That last guy, he got you on that Michael Jackson fallacy. The he. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah. So basically, just look up the difference between like an Athari and an Ashari and a Maturidi, and you'll see, like, I mean, they debate the attributes, but look, they just pretend, because they know people in the West don't know this stuff. And they're playing on everybody being ignorant, as if they haven't and aren't still debating the attributes of Allah. It's just ridiculous. So they're just playing games. Raw egg. So this is Atharism. This is like Jake and them, right? They reject rational theology in favor of strict textualism in interpretation of the Quran and the Hadiths. See, that's why you can't you can't use metaphors. Oh, shin is not a metaphor. See, everybody understand this? Uncreated foot is not a metaphor. Okay, but the other schools that don't like these guys, they'll say, no, God, Allah doesn't have an actual foot. And then these people will be like, no, he descends from the throne to the heavens, and he's above the throne, and all this relational, directional language, which is ridiculous. And they act like it's not anthropomorphic. I mean, it's like, it is. They're like, it's not, though. Okay, what does it mean? We don't know. Allah doesn't tell us what it means. Only Allah knows. We don't know the modality. Blah, 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 blah. Peter. In matters of theology, the Athari were pitted against the Mu'tazila. Oh, remember when I mentioned that to Muslim Lantern? And I mentioned the Mutakalimim, and he said, oh, you list all of their positions or else you don't know what you're talking about. So, again, playing games. What's up, Peter?
Hey, Jay. I just wanted to ask a question about just Oriental Orthodoxy and just kind of take your opinion on a couple of things. So, like, I kind of left the faith in, like, my middle high school years. And I came back to it, and I was born Oriental Orthodox. I was born Coptic, and I came back to the Coptic Church. During this time, I did some philosophy reading, read some of the early church fathers, some of the things like that. And I stumbled upon Chalcedon and the issues there. I didn't really give it much thought. I gave it much thought later. During that time, I read, Father John McGuckin's book.
Yes.
Didn't seem like a huge issue to me. But as I continued reading and as I continued, like, I guess, finding out more, I see that, like, there is, like, a very strong sense of the church will have to be united. Like, that is what Christ promised us, and there is one church. Mm-hmm. And recently I've been getting more into it and reading more into it because I look at my church and I look at the Eastern Orthodox Church and I see that the practices are similar, but we are not in communion. And they're like, that doesn't work with me because as a person who, how do I say this? But like, I can't justify switching over because I genuinely feel that there is something here. There is something in the Oriental Orthodox Church.
Well, I mean, we can't go by feelings. So, I mean, it's got to be based on what the actual theology is. There's no other way to solve the issues. It can't be based on, well, I kind of feel like, I mean, you might feel that way from, because it's your background, or you might feel that way because of what you ate for lunch. I mean, how are you going to go by feelings?
I understand that, but like even the spirit of the church is there. So like you read some of the lives of like the Eastern Orthodox saints. So like I did this too. Like I read some of the lives of St. John of St. Francisco, St. Paisius, St. Nectarius, all these things, right? Mm-hmm. And then you go into our more modern ascetic saints that have occurred within the last 100 years, and you see very similar stories. The stories share like a similar spirit. Whereas you go to like Catholic saints, like Saint, I don't know.
Yeah, I get, but again, I mean, that's not going to be like, this is like an evidentialist type of, it's like when Roman Catholics say, well, who's got more Marian apparitions, and then we'll determine it that way. It's not ultimately going to be the way to do it. Like, I would say, if you're at that point where you've read the McGuckin book, I would say, have you read Free Choice in St. Maximus?
I read one book on St. Maximus.
No. Free Choice in St. Maximus, because it specifically deals with the whole issue of dispute with Pyrrhus.
No, I have not read that book.
I would recommend that. Now, it might be a little technical. It's not an easy read, but just like the previous guy, the Sharif guy, chapter 5 in there, the energies doctrine, or even just read Disputation with Pyrrhus. I think that's going to be another key issue when it comes to sussing out Orthodox versus your tradition. Nomikos? Freestyle, $3. Yo, I was kicked from the space. Yeah, I brought that guy back in. I'll remember. I'll go back and unblock you. Anonymous, $10. I like these streams. I recently became a catechumen at Greek Orthodox Church. What is your opinion of the Greek Orthodox Church? There's a lot of great individual churches. It's rather more so, some of the hierarchy in America and the patriarch is the issue, not really the people or the clergy as a whole. Augustinus, $1. Is there a way to study the true philosophy of nature apart from theology? I mean, you can, but I don't think you're going to get the ultimate meaning of nature apart from revelation. I mean, if you look at Scripture, whether it's Jesus in the parables or whether it's the Psalms, I mean, or even the book of Job, like nature is constantly given a theophanic, theological interpretation. So I just don't know what value there would be. I mean, unless you're a scientist, you could do. But you said philosophy, not science. I mean, I guess you could do the philosophy of nature that's not necessarily connected to theology. That's possible, I guess. What about mathematics? Yeah, I mean, people make mathematic discoveries and advancements in mathematics that don't have direct reference to theology. So sure, you can be a mathematician and not a theologian. But ultimately, what we would say, I think, is that the beauty and the harmony and the symmetry of mathematics points to the Creator. Mustafa Mon, you want to try again? By the way, a reminder to the audience. I know we're kind of getting towards the end of the stream. We've been going for a long time. I'll be doing a lit stream. We're gonna return to some lit because we've been doing so many debates, and I don't mind doing it. It's fun to do debates, but I like to kind of switch it up. I get tired of doing the same thing over and over. So tomorrow I'll be doing Lord of the Flies, the novel and the movie. We haven't covered that novel. And then a couple other Island Boys, dim Island Boys, Island Boy lit in movies. So we're going to do Lord of the Flies, Lost, Mosquito Coast, Treasure Island. Might mention a few other things. I'm not going to be covering everything about Lost. I'm going to be kind of doing, obviously, kind of a summary because Lost was a lot of seasons. So, all right, that guy dropped off again. Let's just go straight to the guy called Nuts. No, Mustafa, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, what's up? You're next. I thought you dropped off.
I have two questions. One of them regarding natural theology, one of them regarding epistemics. Are these okay topics?
Natural theology and what was the second word?
Epistemics.
Epistemology?
Yeah, epistemology with regard to choosing churches, like choosing an apostolic church.
Okay.
With regard to natural theology, I realize that you are kind of opposed to using natural theology as a sort of argumentation, right?
Yeah, I don't think it really makes any sense. So I don't even know what it is because every time I ask people and I get them to define it, it's not. They don't even know what it is. I mean, I could tell you what like John Paul II and the proponents of it say it is, but then when I argue with people like Trent Horn, they don't go by that definition. They think anything is natural theology, like using reasoning is natural theology.
Okay, I see. What I wanted to ask about this specifically is that, do you think using natural theology in the Catholic, not necessarily in the Catholic sense, but like, for example, Aquinas's five, what was?
Well, that is the Catholic sense. So, yeah. What do you mean?
Yeah, sorry. For example, like that type of argumentation. When arguing with an atheist who might agree with the presuppositions of that argumentation as sort of an intra-system argumentation.
No, well, I mean, you could make an argument from causation or contingency or teleology, but if you're talking to a smart atheist, they're just going to say, well, that doesn't prove you're God.
Okay, yeah, I see, that makes sense, okay. Yeah, the other thing I wanted to ask is that I've been watching a lot of your content, and I see that a lot of your argumentation based on presuppositional argumentation works really well. But the question I have is, I'm looking into getting into Christianity and looking into these apostolic churches, but how do I decide which church, like this type of argumentation doesn't really help?
No, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's no easy way to like bypass the issue of, comparing Catholic, Orthodox, and I guess Coptic or whatever. But other than getting into the issues and the topics, I would say for Catholicism, I would start with a really simple, readable book, Two Paths by Michael Welton. In terms of Orientals, there's no easy issue there, or there's no easy way there, except maybe the John McGuckin book, St. Cyril of Alexandria, the Christological Controversy. So those are two starting points for choosing which of the apostolic churches. But great questions. Appreciate that. Nuts, what's up, man?
Hello, Jay. So, in a stream 3 weeks ago, someone asked about Sufi metaphysics, and you deferred to his general criticisms of Neoplatonism, which were to do with the fact that many of the church fathers combated it. For example, Athanasius was
hold on. You said I deferred to his criticism?
Yeah, you deferred to his general criticisms of Neoplatonism. And those were to do with the fact that many of the church fathers combated it. For example, Athanasius was critical, and most notably, the Cappadocians argue its responsibility for the major of the... Can I touch you, Jay Dyer?
What is wrong? Like, what's wrong with you, man?
Please.
You went through all of that to make an idiot out of yourself? I don't understand what you gained from that. I mean, you just made yourself look silly, so... Nomikos?
Hello? So, hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, hi. I guess I just had a real quick question about sort of like your stance on Rome or Constantinople, because theology-wise, I don't believe there's too much difference, or there's more external issues.
I mean, largely jurisdictional, but I mean, I think it can get more and more serious given the trek that Bartholomew keeps taking, where he's kind of usurping these papal types of claims. So it can start to verge on the more theological issues. But the topics are listed, so let's keep it to these topics. Sapphire. Bumblebee, $5. Do you have any deep dives on the Lord of the Rings? Yes, except that it is with Jay Wiedner and Hollywood Decoded. We did two. We might have done 2 episodes on Lord of the Rings, but you have to subscribe to get these. So I do not have them. There's 2 episodes. Actually, you can watch the first one free still. So you can go over here, Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. Look at this. Remember this TV show I did? A whole full production TV show? Look at this.
Is there a deeper, hidden, more esoteric meaning
Look at that fat me.
that we all love to watch? I'm Jay Dyer.
And I'm Jay Widener, and you're watching Hollywood Decoded.
Y'all remember this? Some of y'all don't even know I did a TV show.
We're going to be talking about the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and we chose this film for many reasons.
I was so tired that day. I was like...
It also, I think, operates on about 4 or 5 different levels. You have, on the one hand, ancient history.
So, we filmed like... Yeah, this is pre-chalk, pre-carnivore diet, Jay. We filmed like, I don't know how many episodes in one day. So, I would get there at like 8 in the morning, and we would film until like 7 or 8 at night. And I just remember being super exhausted. And I had to go lay down at one point because I was so out of it. But we had to keep filming, so there you go. You can go watch. Yeah, so we actually had a whole season 2 planned. I went and wrote up all of the. I mean, you could call it a screenplay, but it's not really a screenplay. More of the teleplay for season 2, and it was ready to go. And then they were like, "Your show is too cerebral, and our yoga audience can't understand it." I kid you not. So there you go. That's what happened to Hollywood Decoded. However, and Gaia still owns the rights of it, so I can't really play any of it. I am very proud of this show. I think this show is great. Very proud of it. We actually shot 23 episodes. They axed, they're 22 or 23. They axed 3 or 4 of them, which are just sitting on somebody's computer somewhere, which those were good, but they were too dark. One of them was the Alien trilogy. Or all of the, maybe even the first 4 Alien movies. what else did they axe? They axed something else. We did an X-Files episode that was like too dark because I picked all the darkest. So there is one X-Files episode, but there was another one because there were so many X-Files that were, Hollywood decoded relevant. And I think they axed that one. And then what else did they cut? Something else got cut. And then they made me come back and film another couple episodes because I chose stuff that was too dark. So Last Mimsy and 9 and Star Trek were the positive vibes ones that they chose. So I didn't actually choose those. The owner actually chose those. But I'm very proud of the Twin Peaks episode, the Eyes Wide Shut episode. The Lord of the Rings ones are pretty good. Blade Runner, I'm proud of that one. That one's good. The Chinatown episode made a woman mad. The woman that was doing the makeup, caused this big drama scene and was like, I'm triggered because you played the clip of Jack Nicholson slapping a woman. I'm triggered. And she caused this huge ruckus. It was crazy. Terminator episode's good. Those are my favorites. So anyway. We did a Titanic episode too. That one was goofy. Yeah, there it is. That one's kind of goofy. The other thing was that I wanted to joke around on this show, and they were like, this is more of a serious sit around and analyze the movies. And I was wanting to do impressions and stuff. So I'm very proud of it. It's just that it wasn't all my show, so I was kind of the co-person. But I would have liked to have had more impressions and kind of had a little more fun with it. But that would have made it more positive if it had been goofier. But too dark, too cerebral, so they didn't ever decide on buying a season 2. And for all the people who are idiots and don't know and always say, you work for Gaia. I didn't work for Gaia. The way this works is a studio produces a show and then sells it to different places that might buy it, right? So you film a pilot or a reel, and then they say, yes, we will order 23 episodes. And so then they pay for 23 episodes. And then they decide if they'll buy a season 2. You see, so that's how it works. So they decided not to buy a season 2. And I didn't even make that much money on it. I mean, it was fun, but I didn't make that much money on this. But I'm very proud of it. So if you've not watched it, I highly recommend everybody go and watch the free episode of Jackson's Lord of the Rings right here.
Scholars that lived in medieval times, but they lived alone and they studied Hermeticism, so they were called hermits. And what the rumors of the hermits were was that.
Anyway, good times. Tell the story. So one day I showed up and I forgot that you're not supposed to wear a certain color for the cameras. And I forget what color I had on. And so I had to go put on, I kid you not, David Wilcox pants and sport coat. So there's one day where I show up, I think you see me in a different color suit. And it's like whatever kind of silver space suit that dude wears. Do y'all know this time traveling guy with a giant forehead? David Wilcox. You guys know what I'm talking about? This guy. So this is it. So that silver, I think that's probably the one I had on there. Anyway, so I had to go put on this guy's sport coat and pants, by the way. So my dingling has been in the same crotch space as David Wilcock. There you go. And by the way, people didn't even know that I put up that. People were like, did Anya Taylor-Joy really get into Yakub? No, dummies, that's a meme. How many years deep are we into the internet and people don't know what memes are? And no, of course she's. You know what? Actually, shit is so crazy. Maybe Anya Taylor-Joy is a daughter of Yakub. I mean, maybe we're getting into that level of where stuff is just so crazy. Is this real? Yes, it's real. So how about you just go with that? I'm just going to say, yeah, it's real. Just roll with that. What do I do if there's no Orthodox church where I live? Well, you do the best you can, and you try to eventually find a church. So I wouldn't stress. Don't stress out. God knows your situation. He's not going to expect more of you than you can do. So, all right, I'm too tired. I got to stop. This is, and only now will we get the schizo entertaining people. We only have one of those tonight. I wish you'd let me talk. I would have liked to have gotten into a real discussion with that guy. That was crazy. Does anybody in this? We have 16 people in line. Does anybody disagree? If you raise your hand to disagree, I'll go to you. Why are you crying, dude? I don't want a crying emoji. I want a disagree emoji. Anybody disagree? We got a dude who looks like Brad Pitt. We got a blue-haired dude. We got a crying messianic person. We got Where's Waldo upside down. Jeremy disagrees. Okay, Jeremy, you can come to the head of the line. What's up? He disagrees.
Hello?
Yo.
Hey, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to press the thumbs down. You're one of my heroes, man. I do have a question, but I know you're tired. I can save it for another time, man.
What's it about?
Evangelism and just kind of...
We'll save it for another time.
Yeah,
but I appreciate it. Hey, thank you for your kind words. Thank you. Anybody disagree in this line of 16 people here? 15 people? Bat? Does Bat disagree? Angel and Bat disagree. Well, thumbs down. I don't know what the thumbs down means. Does the thumbs down mean that you disagree? Okay, we'll go to Angel because he's waving that he disagrees. I can't tell what these other emojis mean. Go ahead, man. Hey, bro. You barely on, dude. Hey, dude, you got a barely on you, bro. What's up, Angel?
Yo, what's up? What's happening, man?
Hey, man, what you thinking, bro? You barely got on here, dude.
Yeah, I know, bro. I was waiting for so long.
What's up?
Wait. Anyway, yeah, no, I'm trying to get some answers on what the relations between the Father, Son, and Spirit, because apparently they're caused, right? So that's what I'm trying to get some answers on.
Well, the Son and the Spirit are cause, not the Father. The Father is the cause.
Okay, so the Father is the cause, but how... Well, I mean, I was speaking to a Muslim, so I'm not 100% sure, but if the relations are caused, doesn't that describe something that's created?
No, when we say cause here, as Athanasius says to the Arians, it's just an analogy to creation. It's an analogy to a father and a son, the way that the son comes from the father. The father is the source or the cause of the son. It does not mean there's temporal sequence in God, because it's an eternal begetting.
It doesn't mean that there's temporal
sequences in God.
Okay, sequences. Okay, so what does that mean exactly?
It's an analogy to the relationship of a father to a son, and that the father is the cause of the son. The difference being, this is an eternal causing of the father eternally generating his son.
So how do you generate something outside of time? It's like saying you created the world, but you created the world outside of time.
No, the Son is not a creature. He's the second person eternally begotten. We don't know how. We believe it because it's revealed to be that way. That's what John 1 talks about, the eternal begetting of the Son.
Okay, but that just feels like when we're speaking to Muslims and they're saying, well, the foot of Allah, we don't know what that means.
No, they don't know what it means on their system. So it's two different, you're confusing the critique. We don't have a problem with analogical language of saying that there's an analogy between a cause and an effect and the Father and the Son. Analogy means there's elements that line up and elements that don't line up. One of the elements that doesn't line up is temporal sequence. There was no time sequence where there wasn't a son and then God caused a son. God is always causing the son. That's the analogy. Okay, so you understand what so in Islam it doesn't. Listen, in Islam it's different because they don't believe in likening God to created things. That's the critique.
that just doesn't make any sense, man. Because what does that causeness explain? What does it describe?
It describes it describes the begetting of the Son, of a second person. That's all it describes. That's all we're told. What do you mean?
So there's just nothing else to it. Like, we just don't know.
Do you think Islam escapes the exact same issues and problems? Every position that posits a transcendent deity will have the same types of challenges and problems for explaining how you predicate or name that God. So naming God is a problem everybody has, but the question is, whose theology can consistently name God? If Allah is nothing like creatures, then how are there all these 99 names that are very similar to or actually patterned on creatures, like the foot?
It just sounds like we're in the same issue here.
We're not in the same issue when we don't if we accept analogical predication. You don't see that?
Okay,
so
we don't.
One position says Allah's nothing like creatures. We don't say God's nothing like creatures. Do you see?
Okay. Well, yeah, we were created in the image of God, right?
Yeah, and they say Allah is nothing like creatures, even though they say Adam is made in the image of Allah, which makes no sense.
So okay. Because I was speaking to a Muslim, and I don't know. Okay, maybe I've just got it wrong. Maybe I do, man.
Well, go ahead. Explain what you're thinking.
Well, I just told him that sort of the Son is begotten, the Spirit is spirated, and that's sort of it. And then he said to me, well, these are causal relations. And I was sort of hesitant. To say, well, yeah, because I was listening to Bo Branson a little bit, and everything I know is from Bo Branson.
Yeah, but it's an eternal causing. And so he's just going to say, well, causes are only things that exist amongst creatures. Says who? How do you know that?
Okay. I'm gonna have to think about that one, man. That's interesting.
Well, think about any other kind of relation that we say about God based on creatures. Like as Christians, for example, we'd say, Jesus says, if a earthly father loves his son, he's not going to give him a stone when he asks for bread. How much more your heavenly Father will he love you and provide for you? So there's an analogy between the love of a human father and a son to God the Father and us as his children or sons. See? So analogical predication makes sense because we have a view that's consistent that we're made in the image of God. That the Son of God is the image of the Father. So there's an icon image theology all throughout our system. Their system is iconoclastic, totally opposed to likening Allah to creatures. And so it doesn't make sense when they start predicating about him and calling him this or that body part or whatever. It just doesn't work in their system. It's a contradictory system.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's Surah 42 and I think 110 that says Allah is absolutely nothing like creatures. Okay, but he's like my shirt and the colors of my shirt and the attribute. It's like, no, that doesn't work, dude. If he's nothing like creatures, you can't use the parts of created things as a comparison to Allah's attributes. This makes no sense. Anybody else disagree? Sam Oak, do you disagree? Bat Sallow? Bat, what's up?
Hello?
No.
Yeah, sorry.
What's up?
My question's about Islam. I saw Dr. Halil Andani make this objection, and it's that how is Jesus fully human if he has access to the divine mind whilst he is a human?
Because he has two minds.
Yeah, but doesn't that disqualify him from being fully human? That's the objection.
He has a fully human mind. So how would that disqualify him from being human?
No. But when he is a human, does he not have access to the divine mind?
He's a divine subject with a divine mind and a human mind. It's a both and, not an either or. He didn't change when he became incarnate. This argument assumes that he changed.
Okay, I don't really get that. Could you break it down? It just said I saw Dr. Halil Andani make this objection, and it kind of stumped me because it doesn't having access to the divine mind entail not being fully human because he's not like the rest of us.
Oh, I see what you're saying. This is confusing nature and person. So he's not a human person. He's fully human by nature. He's a divine person with a fully human nature. So our belief is not that he's identical to us in every single respect. So, in other words, he's not a human person. So the fullness of what he assumed is human nature, not a human person. So he's a divine subject with a divine mind, a divine agent, divine person with a fully human nature. The human nature that he assumed is not a human person, it's not a human hypostasis, and it has no human subject.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, no, those are good, fair questions. I appreciate it. Again, I think the question rests on an assumption about what it must mean to be human, and that he's in some way not fully us if he's also divine, or if he's not a human person. What's up, dude? Do you want to come on? Teshuva?
Dyer. What's up?
What's up?
So, I don't disagree with you, but pretend I'm a Mormon. A Mormon would say the Book of Mormon is true because it's preserved and it's continuity with the New Testament.
It's not in continuity with the New Testament, and the fact that something's preserved has nothing to do with whether it's true or false.
Right. So how would you debate against that? And that's my question.
The fact that something's preserved has nothing to do with whether it's true or false, and the Book of Mormon contradicts the New Testament in many, many places, particularly the doctrine of the Trinity, the person of Christ, who Michael the Archangel is. I mean, just on and on and on. It's just like there's no continuity there at all. That's why, by the way, they make the same move as the Muslims. Trinity, false. Bible corrupt. So, Mormons, the Bible is true when it agrees with the Book of Mormon, you see. The machine. Welcome, my son, to the machine. Unmute.
Is that me? Oh, g'day.
Are you the machine?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, no, I know. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Can't help but be Australian. Look, I'm just wondering. I've listened to you for a long time, but probably just on the fringe, I suppose. But over time, I was actually referred to by my mentor on the issue of Calvinism because he really liked what he had to say. But he actually warned me. This is like 10 years, or maybe not quite 10 years ago. But he actually warned me, like, just be careful because some of J. Dyer's other views are, a bit sketchy.
Like what?
I come from a Protestant background.
I can't believe in anything I believe is actually sketchy. Crikey. Tell me what's sketchy, mate.
Very sketchy.
Like what?
Yeah, totally sketchy, mate.
Totally. What's sketchy? Name one.
Well, he said that you were a supporter of Eastern Orthodoxy, and obviously I wasn't a Protestant. He wasn't a Protestant. I'm a Protestant. He was a Protestant, my mentor. So he was saying.
Oh, okay. So Orthodox is sketchy.
Years,
okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
Well, I'm just saying that's what he said.
I got you. Yeah.
Over the years, I've found it quite palatable, very convincing. Now, I have more of a debate, argument kind of mindset. I like to know things. I like to deal with facts, and I've been very cautious about Orthodoxy because I take worship of God personally very seriously. I want to do it in the best way or the right way.
That's good.
Now, officially, I'm an inquirer, and I live like about 4 hours away from any Orthodox church because they're not really common here in Aussie.
I thought it was growing in Australia.
However, begging your pardon?
I thought it was growing in Australia, but go ahead.
Oh, I think it is, but I just happen to live out in the middle of nowhere, so it takes me about 5 hours to get into the city, and that's where there's an English-speaking liturgy there.
Do you have, by the way, do you by the way have some new wares for me?
Some new wares?
Yeah. Howdy, stranger. Got some new wares. Have you not played Resident Evil?
Nah, I'm sorry. Nah, I never got into that. I was mainly first-person shooter games.
Ah.
But
You sound just like the merchant who sells me my wares. So. Howdy, stranger. Got some new wares.
I'll say that as a compliment. That sounds pretty cool. But in any case, the father there, whom I've talked to a few times, he said to me that orthodoxy isn't about like a mental, like it's not about being convinced of the facts and therefore, ipso facto you become orthodox, but it's like it's a heart thing, it's a spirit thing. I'm not.
That's where it goes to. Initially, we have
he's
to.
Not saying that it's.
Yeah. And initially, we have to get over the intellectual stumbles and problems, and then it becomes that kind of a healing thing, is what he's saying.
Yeah, so like that for me, I could tell is very much a problem, and I think he was apt to mention that because he's seeing that that's an issue with me because I'm very motivated by wanting to understand, wanting to know, and many things from Orthodox perspective seem, hard to understand. So. It's obviously very foreign to me. Like, not only do I come from a Protestant background, but the influence of Orthodoxy is very, very little, at least in my culture, my ethnic background.
Brother, have you tried the Koran? Have you tried getting study Koran, brother? I'm just messing with it. Yeah, just take your time with it, man. Just take your time with it. Don't try to rush. I think that's why, classically speaking, catechesis is 1 to 3 years, so don't worry about getting in a rush. Take your time. I would say, get something like Pomazansky's Orthodox Dogmatic Theology, and work your way through that. Come on since you don't have a church near you, you're always welcome to hop on these streams anytime. Ask questions. Let's see how good my impression was. This is not the new one. He's a lot more pronounced in the newer one. This is the original Resident Evil 4. There we go. Resident Evil 4 Remake, Merchant Dialogue. Here we go. I don't believe it.
Guess everyone needs a hobby.
I didn't know you could throw the eggs at him. You can shoot him with a bazooka. It's not very nice. It doesn't even kill him. Over here, stranger. Got some new wares.
Let's do some business then, eh?
There we go. Let's do some business then, eh? Looking for a church, eh? Got a little bit of liturgy then, eh? Stranger. Does anyone disagree? Disagreeers go to the front of the line. Raise your hand, disagreeer men and women. Baguette. No one disagrees? 11 people in line, no one disagrees? Sam, do you disagree? Okay. Sam. Let's do some business, Sam. Welcome. Unmute, dude.
Oh, hey. Yeah, for your last caller, he's just got to think about how Delante's doing with Yakub.
Mm-hmm.
Delante being a neophyte, he's got to take his time, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, we converting Hollywood actresses, so.
Yeah. Okay. Here's my contention, or I don't know. I guess it's a topic I want to bring up. So, didn't the Orthodox Church, the Russian Church, go through a renovation with Patriarch Nikon? That happened at some point, right, in the 1600s?
Yeah, this is what caused the old believers and all that. Sure.
Okay, and the old believers have been brought back in now. Is that right?
Most of them. There's a few groups that are not.
Okay, so is it possible that there can be some progress in Christianity at large that can lead to a better, let's say, a more holy life, a better understanding of what it takes individually to live a holy life?
What does that have to do with what does it have to do with old believers?
Can there be a? Well, I'm just using that as an example. As the old believers were kind of like holdovers, right, of the older rite, and I guess they're aren't their liturgies 6 hours long, or like really they have like really long services
I
or
don't.
something?
I don't know. I've never been.
Okay, because just what I'm saying is I just wonder that, okay, all this theology that you know and you share is great and everything, but is it possible that there can be time better spent when people gather together instead of standing and watching a ceremony every week, that they can study the Word of God or study, maybe even like spend more time studying the Church Fathers or...
Well, no, we're not people of the book. Okay, we're not Muslims and Protestants. The worship of God in the Old Testament and the New Testament is Eucharist focused, meal focused. So even the texts really just complement the summation, the height of the ceremony, which is to eat the body and blood. So no, I would totally disagree. Otherwise, you're going to be some kind of Muslim Protestant religion. Quiet orthodoxy. This is for people who disagree. You disagree?
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Awesome. G'day from Australia as well, another Australian.
Howdy, stranger.
Oh my God. This is a bit of background. Previously, similar to the other Aussie bloke, I went through a bit of a process through Protestantism as well, but I ended up returning back to Orthodoxy, completed studies in seminary in Sydney, Australia, and remained Orthodox as a result, or at least returned to Orthodoxy as a result. But I did a lot of study, or at least I was very interested in converting to Islam early on in my period of time, throughout my late teens. I'm just wondering whether or not you thought as a critique towards Islam, Allah's hate as it's spoken about in the Koran, because obviously I think the only text that we have in the Old Testament speaking about God's hate is that of Jacob and Esau, if I've got that correct. But in Islam, Allah has spoken positively about hating certain classes of individuals and how that might affect metaphysically his omnibenevolence and therefore demonstrate some type of deficiency in his being. So I'm curious, because I completely appreciate the apologetics that you've used so far regarding previous revelations not being treated as consistent with Islam, where they're apologetic, but I was wondering whether or not you considered that metaphysically.
Because it's really bad sound, so I'm not trying to be rude to you, but no, there's all kinds of stuff that I still don't know about Islam. So I've been debating Muslims as a side thing project for 6 years now, and I learn new stuff every day. So no, I did not really thought about a challenge to the coherency of Allah's ethics via that. I do know that the Quran says Allah creates evil towards the end of the Quran, and then I know that says that Allah is the greatest of deceivers, which we've debated the guy on that topic. So, but yeah, this would seem to also be an issue as well. Carlos, did you disagree? Melu, $20. It's been a while. You're the man. Keep debating the Muslims and mopping the floor with MJ. Thank you, Melu. Appreciate that. What's up, man?
AJ, I think I have a subtle disagreement, and I asked in the chat, and you might have answered it. I wasn't looking at it the whole time, but I mentioned that Jonathan Pageau spoke about the eschaton and that the saints could possibly be responding from their resurrected bodies. And I understand that partial judgment is also theology and orthodoxy. And I'm just kind of confused by the ideal of saints being given the resurrected body, because most of the time the eschaton is,
it's outside of time, so that's definitely a possible position. I wouldn't necessarily disagree with him on that. I don't think that whether you hold that it's an intermediate state and they're praying for us, or they're already in an eschaton raised bodily state and it's outside of time, it's a theologumenon.
Okay, so the eschaton isn't bound to everything happening simultaneously, since it's outside of time.
No, because Jesus already brought the eschaton at the first advent.
Okay, all right. Sorry about that. I had no idea.
There's no reason to apologize. That's fine.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, there was this position of Bishop Irenaeus that the theophany walking around in the Garden of Eden is the deified, out of time, already resurrected body of Christ. I mean, I don't see any problem with saying that. I don't think that's the case, but if a person believes that, it doesn't really affect any of the theology. The only reason I think that one, because I think that position is intended to explain how there could be a form prior to the incarnation, right? But the thing is that in Leviticus 9, like it's not gonna work in the cases where we have like the glory cloud, because that's clearly not the body of Christ.
So in some of the theophanies, it's clear that they don't have human nature, but also like in Genesis accounts, you can kind of account for that by stating that it's outside of time. It's the eschaton.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it is. Maybe it is, Jesus' resurrected body that's wrestling with Jacob. But that's not going to do anything to explain, Leviticus 9, where the glory of God appears in the cloud and the fire.
Okay.
So, I mean, obviously that's not the body of Christ.
Yeah, but it's the Logos himself.
It's an energetic manifestation is the point. So in other words, if we're admitting Leviticus 9 is an energetic manifestation that's not an actual, quote, body, then I don't see the need to introduce the theophanies as a resurrected body of Christ. But I don't think it's heresy to say that. He's probably getting that from Irenaeus. I don't know.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Jay.
Yeah. I just think that we have these mysterious, varied theophanies, right? They're not always just one theophany. There's like cloud, fire, tongues of fire. It's different stuff going on. And for example, the tongues of fire, well, that's certainly not the body of Christ. The Moscow Icon Synod says that's the energetic manifestation proper to the Holy Spirit. So it's clearly not a body of Christ that's a dove or tongues of fire. Top G, we'll go to you last since I'm about burned out.
Hey, what's going on?
Yo.
Yeah, so I have a question. It kind of relates. It's about Van Til and Bonson. Like, what do you think about their books?
I spent a lot of years in that. I read them many, many times over. I haven't read everything that they wrote, but I read a large portion of it. We make a lot of arguments over here from the transcendental argument side of things. But I definitely don't agree with like the Calvinism and that kind of stuff.
But you can put it into like an Orthodox context, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. What was that book you mentioned earlier about like Saint Cyril, about like Oriental Orthodoxy?
It's called Saint Cyril. It's called Saint Cyril of Jerusalem and the Christological Controversy by John McGuckin. I wouldn't recommend John McGuckin for anything else but that.
Yeah, and you kind of touch on Van Til on your blog, like how he fails the one in the many problem. or something?
Yeah, a long time ago I I was kind of wrestling with that issue. I think the biggest thing with Van Til is that he basically says the essence of God is a person, which is really dumb. I think that's his biggest problem. And also, they really so they critique Aquinas in an accurate way, but their answer is just reform stuff, which is not a good answer.
Okay, yeah. All right, well, that's pretty much all the questions I have for now. Yeah,
great questions. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh. All right, I'm about worn out. I want to remind you guys to head on over to chalk.com. Also, remember you can get the philosophy course at Richard Grove's Autonomy Agora Marketplace in the show description. That is a full 12 course, 20-something hours. I forget how many hours. There at that link. Are you laughing because you disagree? I don't understand why you're... So you want to come on? You're making the cry face. I hate these emojis. They're so freaking corny, dude. What? What's up?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so which topic do you want to debate?
Whatever you want. I mean, you're on here, so you tell me. You're the one making the cry faces.
How about Bitcoin?
Okay.
So why ought we buy Bitcoin?
It's a answer to the Federal Reserve System.
And what's wrong with that system?
It's a fiat-based theft, energy vampirism system based on debt.
What system is not debt-based and fiat-based?
Gold or Bitcoin.
So can you trade gold at any merchant?
Can you trade gold no, not at any merchant, no. But as a system for a backing of currency, gold or Bitcoin are the hardest currencies.
What is Bitcoin backed by?
The network and mathematics.
So your ought to why we should buy it is because it's not debt based. I don't hear.
Well, I give you multiple reasons why it's not a scam based theft system. So that's one ought.
So how do you justify this claim that what we have now is scam based?
I mean, the whole history of the shock doctrine of Nixon, the whole history of the Federal Reserve, Carroll Quigley, all the many, many books, G. Edward Griffin written about the Federal Reserve.
And why do you assume that Bitcoin is not scam based?
Well, for many reasons, on years of utilizing it, studying it. I've not seen it's never been hacked. I've not seen any reason to think that the claims and the network is not what it presents itself as.
So if you lose a password key or your key phrase, how is that secure?
Well, it's not if you lost your key phrase.
Can you use Bitcoin when you want to buy groceries?
In some places, yes.
Which places?
Well, I mean, there's entire countries that now accept it, like El Salvador. Nordic countries accept it. A lot of businesses accept it. There's apps you can get where you can trade. So
basically you support Bitcoin and we ought to use Bitcoin because it's countercultural?
I didn't say that. I said that it's an ethical money system that counteracts a debt-based system, and it's contrary to the fiat system because it's the hardest currency based on mathematics and a secure global decentralized network. So those are the specifics that I gave. I mean, I can give you more reasons too. I mean, I think that you're going to do well if you invest in Bitcoin and buy and store Bitcoin. So gaining profit is another reason, another ought.
So if I made Bitcoin that wasn't called Bitcoin, it had everything that Bitcoin has, would you still buy Bitcoin?
It couldn't be everything that Bitcoin has because it's an already existing global network of decentralized 10,000 nodes. So how could it be that?
What about the 51% vulnerability?
Well, I mean, that hasn't been demonstrated, so maybe that will happen. Maybe there will be something in the future, but that hasn't happened yet.
So do you not think that's even possible?
I'm not worried about it, no. I'm not worried about it being hacked by quantum computers. All that stuff is speculative. So I mean, what are we supposed to do? What's your counter argument? What are we supposed to have? Federal Reserve?
Well, I think the Federal Reserve does a good job, but I think Bitcoin is
they do a good
somewhat
job.
of a Ponzi.
Did they do a good job in the last few, like the 20% deflation that we've had? Excuse me, inflation in the last few years.
Was that the Federal Reserve or was that the government?
Both of them together.
Is that government spending or is that the Federal Reserve?
Inflation is not government spending.
Then how? What do you mean? How is
You can't even
spending?
talk, dude. Are you stoned? Inflation is not government spending your tax money. That's not what inflation is. That's printing the currency and deflating the value of the dollar.
Yeah. Do you know how that's done?
All right. Do you have an actual argument? You just want to ask me a bunch of questions. What's the solution? The Federal Reserve system?
No. I'm critiquing your claim. I don't think that Bitcoin.
You're not doing. No, you're just stating things and asserting things. Where's the actual critique? You haven't made a critique. You asked me a question.
What we have now works well, right?
No, it doesn't. You're being stolen from.
By who? Politicians?
Oh, God. All right, we're done. Yeah, enjoy your fiat currency. Have fun with that. All right, that's enough for tonight. Everybody have a good night. I'm out of it. I'm